Please welcome the chair of the MFA in Products of Design program, Allan Chochinov.
Hello, my name is Allan Chochinov, and I'd like to welcome you to the 7th annual Master's Thesis presentation of the MFA in Products of Design class of 2020. Normally, we'd be gathered here at the SVA Theater in Manhattan. You can see this is a picture from a couple of years ago. I took out Photoshop and just added this logo in for today. But honestly, if you take a close look at this photo, like it's just kind of lonely, like there's nobody there. I mean, you know, we're all here right now, actually kind of here right now. But, you know, that means that a lot of this is going to be live on tape. You know, it's a funny term that I've never really understood. It seems to me that something is either live or it's been pre-recorded. But of course, we want you to feel that this event is live. So let's try an experiment. I'd like each of you to type into the chat window, "I am here live." No, seriously, it's right over that way. Okay, starting to come in. So I am here live. And you know, you can get creative. I am here live with someone else. Or I am always here live with that same someone else. Or please, can I just be here live with some other people for a few precious hours? And I'm here to tell you, like, you know, yes. Like, we are going to introduce you to 17 of the most amazing individuals, each with incredibly creative projects and each accomplishing work in all of these products of design. Service design, systems design, physical products, digital products, platform design, social innovations, business models, experience design, branding, lots of branding, design strategy, and all built on a pile of design research. You know, and in addition, the students are actually right now putting the finishing touches on their hardcover thesis books, which you'll be able to check out at our website at productsofdesign.sva.edu over the next month. But for tonight, we want you to suspend your disbelief. We're asking you to let yourself go on this adventure with us and to remember that it's Friday night. Like, we deliberately picked a Friday night for this. Before we start the show, I'd like to thank several people for making this event happen, and actually several people for making like the actual students happen. And that's why I always like to start with the families and loved ones of the graduating students of the class of 2020. I want to thank the amazing leadership of SVA, David Rhodes, Tony Rhodes, and Chris Cyphers. Thank you for everything. I'd like to thank Emily Ross and Stephen Heller, the co-founder of the MFA Products of Design program. And I want to thank all of my SVA colleagues and community across the Institute who have been incredible in supporting everything that we've been trying to do here at Products of Design. I want to thank our Beyond Belief team of Christina Lee, Marco Manriquez, and Elspeth Walker. You're going to meet them a little bit later. And I also want to thank Alicia Westler, who worked with these graduating students during the first year of the program. I want to thank the VFL staff led by Chester Doles, our 33 amazing faculty, and particularly for tonight, our thesis faculty, Andrew Schloss, Jennifer Rittner, Chrissy Zenekis, Emily Baltz, Stephen Dean, Ollie Gillette, Bill Cromie, Sinclair Smith. I'd like to also thank Jane Fujita for helping to work with the students to get them ready for this performance. I want to thank Ryan Johnston and Bobby Berry from Video Destination for video editing and production of the video that you are watching right now. I want to thank the first year students. We'll see you in 1 year, another place maybe, but around the same time. And I want to thank our amazing alumni, now totaling 101 of them, which we're very proud of. I always want to thank my family, Victoria Brown and Bronwyn Chochinov. And of course, I want to thank the graduating class of 2020. It's been an extraordinary honor to work with you for these past couple of years. And finally, I'd like for us to all hold a dear thought for those who have family, friends, or loved ones lost from or struggling with the challenges of our global pandemic. We pledge, together as designers, as educators, and as members of this community, to use our powers toward the betterment of our society, our collective health, and our collective futures. We also pledge to never give up and to persist, even in the most trying of times, to nurture the best in ourselves, and most importantly, to nurture the best in one another. Thank you for coming tonight on this very special night, and actually kind of a live night right now, right? And that on that, a reminder that all of the presenting students are online right now in the chat window, and they are live. So you can chat with them during their, after their presentations. Please tag us with 7th or and SVA POD thesis show, and always with at SVA POD. And if people are asking you what you're doing tonight, you could send them to our homepage at productsofdesign.sva.edu, where you went to find the link to the live stream right now. We're so proud to present tonight's event, and we are absolutely thrilled that you're all here with us. So enjoy the show.
Please welcome our next presenter, Anna Chow.
Hello, my name is Anna Chow, and today I'm excited to present to you my thesis, Unfiltered Dating in the Digital Age. I'd like to first introduce my journey into finding connection, which began when I finally arrived to New York. I went about looking for these connections through the people I met in school and at work. But I began to realize it was kind of hard to find romantic connection outside these spaces. This is when I was introduced to online dating. Being that's the second most popular way to meet someone, I had to try it myself. But with the 40 million active users in this space, I realized the experience was not meeting my expectation, and eventually began to notice others were experiencing the burnout too. My initial thought for this problem was there's just too many choices on online dating. As Barry Short describes it as the paradox of choice, it means the more amount of choices there are is actually decreasing satisfaction. Furthermore, I became more curious on technology's implication on dating, so I continued this path by reading articles and books around relationship building strategies to emerging technologies like AI. From this, I became more aware a missing quality of online dating is physical attraction, which in this book, The Compatibility Gene by Daniel M. Davis, states we all unconsciously select our mates by smelling a specific gene called human leukocyte antigen. And this prompted me to generate a speculative dystopian future called Bloom. Bloom is set in 2050 and imagines a world sick and tired of the uncertainty and chaos caused by choice. So they stop choice altogether by bringing science back into finding love. I envision a dystopian product line called Allure. In this dystopian future, Allure is the only way to finding the love of your life. And they do this by receiving personalized prescription from the clinics. Bloom, being a speculative design, is to reimagine a universe where broken hearts and dating struggles could be as simply prescribed like medicine. But I realize again we are relying on something, in this case science, to choosing our path, and we need to take choice in a matter of our own hands. So I continue this conversation with talking with subject matter experts in the field of relationships, like psychologists, dating coaches, and matchmakers. I asked them how they dealt with the abundance of choice on online dating. And they all revolve this idea of the mindset, whether it be the right mindset or being more open-minded. Dating coach Grace Lee has pointed out, the problem is not meeting the right person. It's more about understanding yourself and the choices you make, and not relying on the dating app to making them for you. This became the turning point of my thesis, as it led me to transition my thinking from the problem of online dating being from choice to utilizing choice as an opportunity for personal development. I began to think about how might we design tools to engage users in personal development through the process of online dating to limit the feeling of being burnt out. I developed a system map to better understand the current landscape of online dating. As you can tell, it could be quite hectic. For the spectrum of this thesis, I look for access points to create tools to help users through the process of online dating. by looking at the barriers they have to finding connection, such as not having clarity to what they want, or lack communication skills to fully express themselves, which lead them to lowering their confidence. I'll begin the first intervention with idiom, which is a continuation of the idea of odors driving attraction from the speculative design bloom, but this time have users start to have clarity of choice with self-awareness. As PJ Dixon, a transformational coach, has told me, everyone is able to know everyone else's characteristics, but not everyone takes time to know themselves. Having awareness can make us have a more conscious choice. Utilizing reflection in conjunction with our sense of smell, as it's directly linked with the part of the brain that controls our emotions and memories. Idiom is to bring tactility and sensorial experience to motivate users to self-reflect as a mechanism to understand their own actions. Here's a look at idiom. I created a pop-up space to further explore how a user will go about building their own scent profile. The user journey begins with the participants interacting with the scent pods, testing out each note, then reflecting how it makes them feel by plotting it on the mood board. After, the user will be given the scents they selected, package it all together in their case by inserting the scent pods inside. Idiom intends to redefine the traditional conventions of piecing fragrances together, which are based off top, middle, and base notes. Notes are defined by how fast the smell evaporates into the air. Instead, users are linking the notes to how it makes them feel, and using their scent preferences to telling their story, as an intro to how they want to be presented, a body that embeds the substance of who they are, and the end to what the lasting impression they want to carry off as. The exploration of idiom had made me understand why choices could be overwhelming and not clear. It's about finding what's core, so you won't have to feel burnt out by choice. After having clarity in our choice, I further looked at another barrier of how users communicate in online dating, with pitch. Pitch invites people to practice their elevator pitch and help them with their emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is the ability to identify, understand, and manage emotions. The idea is cultivated from the fact that more than 50% of people on online dating admit to both ghosting someone and being ghosted. Ghosting is the practice of ending personal relationship with someone without any explanation and withdrawing from all communication. It is an avoidant behavior that often stems from lack of communication skills and our unwillingness to express their true feelings. The outcome of ghosting someone also motivates them to ghost for future partners and drives this looping behavior. And from the build-up anxiety, is 90% caused from lack of preparation. Therefore, the value proposition for pitch is to provide convenience and accessibility for users to practice their face-to-face communication, rehearse and start eliminating fear. Open and safe platform with AI recording to allow their identities to be hidden. I've built a prototype by recording myself with an AR simulator and wanted to understand what key elements of feedback would allow me to improve. It alludes to these three categories of clarity, expression, and tone. Clarity to classifying the likes and ums in the presentation, expression to distinguish your facial feature, and tonality of your voice such as up speaking. From pitch, I learned rather than avoiding conflict, learn from it. Instead of resulting to ghosting someone, have empathy to think about how it makes the other person feel. In understanding how to practice respectful communication with pitch, the last barrier I like to explore is building confidence in online dating with wonder. We all have this inner critic in our head that speaks up and tells you how you're not good enough or how the interaction will go wrong. In online dating, a growing number of 40 million Americans are stuck spending an average of 10 hours a week on these dating apps. More importantly, 1/3 of them never meet up in real life. Wonder is a resource to complement your online dating experience by offering you to ask questions anonymously, state what's confusing, and receive advice from dating experts collaboratively. Let's go on this user journey together. Meet Janice. She's been texting Daniel on this dating app, but not sure if he's the one. She goes on Wonder and posts, "I like Daniel a lot, but I'm afraid to progress with him because I feel like I'm not the typical girl he goes for." Then receive comments from others suggesting her not to make a judgment on the dating app and try it out on the first date. So Janice takes a leap of faith and goes off the dating app and tries it out on her first date with Daniel. As there's many aspects of online dating to wonder about, remember you don't have to do this alone and can wonder together. My takeaway from Wonder is to have confidence to ask others for opinion. It can release build-up tension that can help you gain new insight to looking at a problem. As I reflect upon my journey entering into online dating, I realize my journey doesn't just end here, but I can apply to other roadblocks of my life. Through this journey, it has taught me not to fear uncertainty of choice by reflecting, learn from conflict rather than avoiding it by practicing, and finally have confidence to ask others when feeling stuck. Dating in the digital age still has its issues, but you cannot deny the opportunity that it offers. All in all, it needs to begin with the mindset to try, to learn, to try again, but better, and you'll eventually reach your goal. Thank you for allowing me to share Unfilter.
Please welcome our next presenter, Theodore Joseph Skoufis.
Hi, I'm Theodore Skoufis, and I will be sharing Firelink. This presentation is about firefighters, but I need to begin here in the desert of Afghanistan during the global war on terror. Before becoming a designer, I served as an Army Ranger. This was a photo from my second deployment to Afghanistan. I was on that helicopter. Last spring, a buddy of mine and fellow Army veteran, Richard Kresser, became a firefighter in Everett, Washington. This is Richard Kresser with members of his fire company. Richard explained how running into a burning building was the closest thing he could imagine to a combat mission. While talking with Richard, I was reminded of Karl von Clausewitz, who said that in war, a sensitive and discriminating judgment is called for, a skilled intelligence to scent out the truth. Soldiers and firefighters rely on this judgment alike. However, despite the similar needs, there are large disparities in what tools each are afforded. For instance, as a ranger, we had a helmet-mounted radio, night vision, and a GPS and aerial platforms for personnel location. In comparison, while firefighters all have radios, they need to be operated by hand. They use handheld thermal imagers and use a whiteboard for tracking people. Richard went on to say, "We have about 3 to 8 minutes to arrive on scene. In this time, we refer to the Fire mobile app. We want to know what the building looks like, its layout, and site plans. But the blueprint looked hand-drawn or made with MS Paint, and the graphic interface doesn't seem modern." When Richard goes to work, he is part of a fire company. The company is part of a fire department. When fighting a fire, each person has a different role and responsibility, and therefore, different needs. There are 3 main roles that I want to focus on: battalion chief, the fire captain, and the firefighter. The firefighter performs operational tasks and needs to know, are there civilians present, and where and how big is the fire? The fire captain performs tactical level tasks and needs to know things like, do we have enough water to extinguish the fire? The battalion chief performs strategic level tasks and needs to know things like, do we have enough men and equipment to fight the fire? Firefighters do not work unilaterally. They are part of a large network of organizations, from local building owners to the U.S. Fire Administration. Everyone has different stake and influence over how fires are handled. There are 3 phases of a fire call that I want to draw your attention to. Firefighting begins pre-fire. This is everything prior to the fire. The firefighters are alerted to the fire by dispatch while at the fire station, and the firefighters then prepare to depart. Next, the fire engine is en route to the fire scene. Finally, the fire engine arrives on scene. According to the National Fire Protection Agency Manual 1710, turnout time, or the time spent preparing to depart, should take no more than 1 minute and 20 seconds. Then, driving to the fire takes FDNY an average of 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Finally, evacuation and extinguishment phase takes as long as it needs. At each phase, there are different information sources that the fire captain consults. There is the dispatch brief, the mobile computing device, and then observation in situ during the size-up phase. The dispatch brief is created by the computer automated dispatch service. The mobile computing device is generally a toughbook or something similar. The size-up is the initial observations from the outside of the building by the fire captain. This information and the wisdom from years on the job become the totality of what the fire captain will use to structure his attack on the fire. Each information source provides a piece of the information puzzle. Dispatch provides information on the administrative elements, routing, the involvement and location of other units, and some historic building information. The captain uses the mobile computing device to review the brief, checks Google Earth, then, during the size-up, the fire captain makes the majority of the discoveries he needs to create a plan to fight the fire. I wanted to see if other firefighters had the same experience as Richard. I also wanted to learn more about the firefighting process and identify where firefighters could be supported better. So I brought together FDNY firefighters and defense innovators for a workshop. The firefighters broke down the firefighting process for us non-firefighters. We went on to identify and map information needs of firefighters, fire captains, and battalion chiefs. Then we mapped data sources that are readily available but not aggregated for firefighting. Finally, we connected firefighters' information needs and available data sources. By the time we finished, we built a map connecting firefighters' information needs and data sources. In doing this, we identified areas to investigate further. I learned about some constants in firefighting that would help me as I moved forward. I learned that firefighters had specific roles. Firefighting is rule-based. Firefighting is complex. Firefighting happens in real time. And the fire always gets a vote. I also learned that firefighters are extremely well trained. Special operating procedures prepare firefighters to react to the unknown. This is because firefighters never know what is happening beyond the smoke until they pass through it, and therefore must be prepared for everything. Firefighters, however, are constrained by their system and the nature of emergency response. They cannot know the internal conditions of the building or the hazards that lurk within, and in turn cannot be anticipatory. Any system that improves upon the existing system must move firefighting to anticipatory action from reactionary by reducing uncertainty and identifying hazards in real time. So, how do we support firefighters' agency amidst the inherent uncertainty? We get the right information to the right people at the right time. Nathan Shedroff explains how data must be broken down and simplified for people to understand it as information. Data on its own is too complicated for people to comprehend, and so people rely on tools like charts and graphics to make data legible. Hick's law states that the more choices there are, the longer it takes to decide. During this time, the more information sources a firefighter has to choose from, the slower their rate of information consumption. Therefore, information needs to be organized in a single platform, reduced to only the most relevant, and must be highly legible. Meanwhile, an uncontrolled fire roughly doubles in size every minute it is left to burn. Imagine if Richard had the opportunity to make better use of the 4.5 minutes he has from departure to arrival. If uncertainty can be alleviated by getting the right information to the right people at the right time, what would the future be like if he could alleviate uncertainty before he arrived on the scene? Here's the fire response timeline again. Notice the information here is about general incident details, routing to the incident, and what to expect of other assets on the scene. Also, there are static pieces of information such as building height, fire hydrant location, and dynamic, easy to collect information that comes from conventional sources, such as radio communication, automatic vehicle tracking, and Google. But there's little about the specific information on the conditions of the fire in the building in real time. Isn't this the most important information? But if the dispatcher collected all this information, it would take too long, and much of this information is only accessible while in the building. However, what if firefighters got site-specific information about the internal conditions of the building in real time, and the information was distributed at scale throughout the mission? Firefighters would in turn be getting the right information at the right time, information they would use to make effective and efficient decisions that would protect civilians, firefighters, and property. I have designed a system that achieves this goal. This is Firelink. Firelink is an end-to-end information ecosystem that uses an in-building sensor mesh network to disseminate internal building conditions in real time through 2 devices that serve firefighters, fire captains, and battalion chiefs. The sensor that makes up the system are capable of detecting temperature, toxic industrial chemicals, cell phone signals, and other sensors locations. Sensors are placed on every floor of a building, are interconnected, and connected to the cloud. In total, the sensor mesh network forms the data standpipe. The data standpipe models the internal conditions of the building in real time and gives firefighters an understanding of the size and location of the fire and presence of civilians. Once the data is collected, the user and mode of distribution must then be considered. This is why there are 2 modes of information distribution. There is the Command Center tablet app for tactical and strategic uses, and the Shield AR heads-up display for firefighters whose hands are occupied with fighting the fire. Let's dive deeper into how the Command Center app is used on fire operations. The data standpipe displays the internal conditions of the building in real time. It includes a 3D model of the fire, a blueprint, charts that show fire flow, max temp by floor, and number of cell phones which may correlate to civilians. The building inspection report is a digitized version of a form already completed by firefighters during building inspections. The form includes information on construction type, fire suppression systems, and hazards. By digitizing it, it makes this information accessible during the decisive time between notification and arrival. The Maps page provides geospatial information of the route to the building and environment around it, including traffic congestion, fire hydrants, construction, and other emergency assets. This helps with routing and positioning the truck. Next is the Shield augmented reality heads-up display. For the uninitiated, an augmented reality headset is a device worn on the head that projects a hologram-like image into your field of view. The Shield AR heads-up device gives vital information to those who are actively fighting fires in order to increase their situational awareness and allow them to make more effective and efficient decisions. The device fits on the helmet and can be used with and without SVA masks, and without occupying their hands. Here's a product demonstration. From sketch to refined 3D model, the AR heads-up display brings operational data to firefighters hands-free. User interface displays a breathing air meter, pass emergency mayday alert system, compass, blueprint, thermal overlay and temperature gauge, and battery level. The device utilizes lenses that can be flipped up and out of the way behind a protective shield, and 2 sensors, a video sensor and thermal imaging sensor. It has a knurled wheel for brightness adjustment and navigation, an on-off button, and adjustment screws. The sensors are assessed for durability, and the front plate is removable for maintenance. For Firelink to happen, it will take the cooperation and coordination of a diverse set of organizations. We need to work with building owners, insurers, and Department of Defense to fund the development and implementation of Firelink. We need support from city government with data and policy, and we need support from universities and the tech industry for the development of the technology. Lastly, we need support from firefighter organizations. But when all these systems are in place, it opens the door to radical new possibilities. Here's a command and control hologram that can be used for precise leadership on firefighting and rescue operations. To give firefighters training is not enough. In Afghanistan, we had high level of control due to the quality of tools we were afforded on the battlefield. Richard and his community deserve the equivalent quality of tools to succeed and attain the level of control we had in the military. By doing so, lives and property will be saved. As we are witnessing today, America's emergency workers keep us safe and deserve our utmost support and respect. So, when firefighters leave the station to perform one of the most dangerous and difficult jobs, they deserve the best equipment when they go into harm's way. With a profound sense of gratitude, thank you everyone who has been with me over the last 2 years. Allan, Sinclair, and Jennifer for creating a truly unique educational experience. Pat Haney and Rachel Abrams for making outstanding contributions to my thesis work. Thank you, of course, to Richard Kresser, Danny Solano. I am done with school forever, maybe. And of course, all my classmates who truly changed the way I view the world. Thank you all for helping me on my way to becoming a designer.
Please welcome our next presenter, Yuko, June, Kanai.
Hello everyone, my name is Yuko Kanai, and that's me with my dad just a couple of years ago. A little more recently, he and I had a very tender conversation about how he has always supported me as I pursued my dreams, and he implied that I would one day take care of him in return. So I said, I got you, Dad, and assured him I'll marry really rich, to someone who's even older than you are. That didn't go over that well, because the truth is, everything that he did for me was to ensure that I could become my own provider. And as a woman, I'm confident that this can happen because I'm enjoying the wind at our backs, with rights and opportunities won by women who came before me. But still, as I look around in the world, I see that women, particularly women of color, have significantly higher poverty rates than men. We have about a third of the retirement savings that men have, and represent only 11% of the world's billionaires. And if women don't have the same levels of financial power that men are more likely to enjoy, then financial power is a feminist imperative. But I'm not talking about female empowerment here. I echo Lindsay Goldwert in saying, I was tired of seeing the word empowerment get tossed around like a tired hacky sack. And if empowerment is the granting of power, right, or authority to perform various acts or duties, it begs a question. Who exactly would be granting women this power? It certainly wouldn't be the people who already have it. So to counter this, I assert that femininity is a source of power that exists within. It just needs to be cultivated. And in my quest to defy the belief that managing money is somehow a masculine endeavor, my thesis was born. I'm thrilled to present today, Rich Bitch, Feminine Strategies for Financial Power. I consulted dozens of experts on finance, gender, sexuality, and mental health, and developed strategies that work at the level of community, the household, and the individual to address why financial illiteracy is so pronounced among women because it's just the tip of the iceberg. Financial education alone is not enough. In an interview that defined the course of my thesis, Dr. Klontz, a financial psychologist, notes that he's not a huge fan of traditional financial literacy courses because they produce mixed results at best, and that the emotional side of money is a key intervention point for producing behavioral outcomes. And it was a major turning point for my thesis that took me down the path of trying to understand the emotional side of money. And I did this through the Money Coven co-creation workshop. I reference the coven because in interviews, financial educators emphasize the effectiveness of metaphors. I look to witches as enduring symbols of women's resistance against patriarchal narratives. Their practices and symbolism informed the visual and narrative structure of my workshop, which starts with a mapping exercise in which participants use the pentacle to meditate on their emotional relationship to money within various spaces and relationships. One of my participants noted, "I realize that money is emotional for everyone, and it's not objective." And it's true. We each have unique financial narratives that they then shared and reflected with each other by invoking the spirits in a literal drawing of tarot cards that illustrate their own financial journeys through the past, present, and future. And when asked about the highlights of the workshop, nearly all of the responses were about sharing stories and concerns with each other. There was a craving for more open discussion. So I converted the workshop into a digital service and experience within the Money Coven app. It's a personal finance and community building tool for those who wish to subvert expectations around femininity and money. You'll first reflect on your patterns of behavior through identifying your money archetype, which are certain character or behavior models that sometimes subconsciously shape our lives. They're useful because when you can observe an archetype operating within you, you then have the opportunity to differentiate yourself from it. You set values-based goals in the form of intentions. The app tracks your behaviors, and Money Coven delivers a weekly tarot reading to let you know how you've been doing. It divines patterns through a language that emphasizes the capacity within to manifest abundance. And of course, it connects you to your Money Coven, because you're much more likely to fill those gaps in your knowledge when you're actually willing to talk about money with your peers. The Money Coven app is an opportunity for women to collaborate with their community and support each other. But as many of my workshop participants also revealed, it remains that conflicting values around finances create strain in relationships and families. Most parents tend to have very different sets of practices and expectations for sons and daughters that influence their financial outcomes. So I see the household as a leverage point for enabling generational change through the Power Couple app, introducing young professional couples to healthier financial discussions. Because couples that do have these conversations earlier and more often tend to be happier. Couples that will first unpack their money beliefs, get on the same page with a curated set of conversation guides, and accomplish financial goals together. Partners tend to have contrasting attitudes around money, so I adapted the Klontz Money Script inventory to identify where those differences might be. You respond how much you agree or disagree with each statement and how you believe your partner would respond. Your partner does the same. The software reconciles the data and surfaces out the key differences that are likely resolvable through curated conversation guides. As psychotherapist Amanda Clayman says, though couples are very scared of the differences between them and their spouse, money can actually be an avenue to actually deepen their intimacy. So as couples develop their communication skills, they can work on accomplishing financial goals together and feel stronger in their relationship as a result. Power Couple is a mechanism for equitable financial participation that is designed to be inclusive of the feminine voice. It sets couples up early to model this to future generations. But to complete the transformation, there is a lot of internal work left to do on a one-on-one basis with an expert. So in envisioning the ideal coach, I start with the question, what kind of person embodies peak feminine power? And I think, Of course. A dominatrix's clients revere her for her unapologetic and taboo expression of femininity. As a practitioner of inherently risky activities, she is a master of managing risk, which is a fundamental financial skill that many women lack confidence around. And if you combine her process with financial expertise, she can be the consummate financial coach for a very niche clientele. Now, it might sound counterintuitive, but Lola Jean, sex educator, says that by breaking the client down and building them back up again, there's an opportunity to make them a better person through domination. The Dom will operate out of the Vault, a digital and physical dungeon experience for feminine financial power that fuses the analogous practices within financial coaching and BDSM, which encompasses the erotic practices of bondage discipline, dominance submission, and sadism masochism. First, you must obtain consent and negotiate clear boundaries on the Vault app. The client communicates their motivations and just how much risk they are willing to take in order to reap a certain reward. They establish their safe word, and the session begins. As a client bears all of their financial secrets, the Dom places this totemic collar around their neck so that they can physically embody the total surrender required for true transformation to occur. The Dom will challenge them to face their self-doubt through negotiated physical and mental torture. She may push them to face their fear of talking about money, show them how restraint is actually a way of letting go. Or if they've just been bad, she'll pull out her paddle for some good old corporal punishment as repentance for their past financial sins. They're going to feel so much better after they get through this and are finally released from the collar. And it's time to put them back together again through the process of aftercare. With firm motivation and a financial plan to move forward, the client can be held accountable and transform into the confident, rich bitch they have every potential to become. The femininity we express is not a handicap, but a source of power. My offering is the opportunity to build that power and capacity through a collaborative process within community, household, and the mind. Although ideas around money have historically centered masculinity and have marginalized those that identify otherwise, redefining financial power to elevate feminine power has a potential to bring about the paradigm shift that's needed for us all to become rich bitches. Thank you so much for joining us today.
All right, well, thanks you three for starting us off tonight. And I want to start with you. I know that you had to join many online dating platforms for your research. Can I ask you for just like one anecdote from those experiences, like maybe something you didn't expect?
Yeah, so I definitely downloaded like a variety of dating apps, and through the ups and downs and the roller coaster events, I made a commitment that this 1 week I'm gonna jam pack all these dates together, and then by the end of it, I'm gonna end it all. But never guessing the last one of the day, what I came out from the experience actually getting a boyfriend out of this. So
No.
that was a surprise.
Seriously?
Yes.
Oh God, world premiere! Like this is amazing. Right, like please comment on this in the chat room, like right now. That way or this way. I don't know which way the chat room is. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect it at all.
Wow. Okay, so definitely come to Products of Design. You may find a career, you may find love. This is a strong start. Well, Ted, I have a different question for you.
With Firelink, it just seems to me that Firelink wants to happen like right now. And so I'm wondering if you can tell us what elements can happen like very quickly and which ones actually need to follow along.
Yeah, absolutely. So the thing that can happen right now is building an app that connects the data that's currently available online through sources like nycdata.gov and just getting it in the hands of firefighters. Next steps after that would be developing some working prototypes of the sensor system, which is absolutely doable. And then down the road would be really making a robust version of the virtual reality heads-up display.
Right.
That's a little bit, that's still in development, but currently being applied in industrial spaces.
Yeah, lots of work around there. This would be an incredible application. Yuko, to you, I know that in the beginning your references and metaphors to witchcraft and BDSM, they were more, metaphor and inspiration than the recipe, but pretty quickly you began to take those more seriously, even literally, as perhaps like ideal ways to give structure to the work. Maybe you can talk to us, maybe there's like the one project that you really dug into the subcultures and discovered some amazing insights to use as a role in your role as a designer?
Yeah, so I think that change that you're describing also ran parallel to how confident I was feeling in my ideas, but also like wanting to lend legitimacy to these taboo figures like witches and dominatrixes and the work that they do for society and for their communities. So I think that like my learning was about how to kind of invert our typical understanding of these like kind of controversial figures, kind of really elevate like what they actually do. So I think that was a really great learning through this process.
Yeah, really nice outcome. I have a question for all of you. I see all of your projects as really coming down to design's power to amplify. Anna, your desire to amplify the overlooked signals in online dating. Ted, your quest to amplify, all of the data that we have, but we may not have in the right time, in the right place. And Yuko, your ability or your design's ability to amplify the power that women have around their potential for financial literacy, but as a way to harness it or unleash it. I just want to ask all of you, after completing this work, what was the one thing that needs to amplify your thesis work itself? Like, what needs to happen to get this work from, speculative design project to real world impact? Anybody can start.
Yeah. So what I would need is partnering with some experts, whether that's through a university or startup, who has access to developers and the type of technologies that I'm interested in dealing with. And
it seems that you've got the firefighters on your side. You work with lots of them, right?
Yeah. So once I have something, can build something to put in their hands, that'll do it.
Right. Anna, what about you? What has to happen next?
I think for my last project, I've been talking
now that I've learned about love, maybe it's a different question. I don't know. Go ahead.
I think it's just getting the stories out there. Definitely there's a lot of people with dating struggles out there, but again, what I've said, this experience very siloed. I think with a quick Instagram promotional campaign to get these stories together and getting people to talk with one another and problem solve and help each other getting stuck of online dating. So
right.
That's that.
And Yuko, what do you think?
Yeah. So I think with any sort of social impact work, the process has to be very participatory. Like, it has to engage all of the stakeholders throughout the process of designing and iterating on it. And so I think that I would really love to scale the testing process to engage more and more voices, because there isn't just one kind of feminine voice. So I think that this project really has the potential to evolve a lot once I am able to like reach a much wider audience and get their have them create with me.
Right, a wise design sentiment. Well, thank you three. This was great. Should we get back to the show?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Please welcome our next presenter, Victoria Olanife Ayo.
Hello, everyone. My name is Victoria Ayo, and I'm excited to be sharing my work with you all today. For the past year, I've been investigating the modern healthcare system and its effects on Black women and mothers. According to the CDC, the U.S. maternal mortality rate has nearly doubled from 10.3 to 23.8 per 100,000 births. That's about 800 new and expectant mothers dying in the U.S. every year. And Black women are 3 times more likely to die from childbirth-related causes. Furthermore, the data tells us that even economically well-off Black women don't have better birth outcomes than their white counterparts. The current health crisis shines a new light on the ever-existing conditions that contribute to the outsized death rate of Black mothers. And so, I am pleased to present to you my thesis work, Birth Reborn, Using Design to Address Barriers to Equitable Maternal Care for Black Women. The system is broken and something must be done. Black bodies are not defective, so why has engaging with birth as a Black woman become so traumatizing? The modern clinical model of care has failed Black women, pregnant and otherwise. My work proposes new realities for collective care, bringing the well-being of mothers out of isolation and into community by looking at 3 lenses: motherhood, the community, and the clinical. To better understand the landscape, I researched the topics of Black motherhood, reproduction, and the healthcare industry. I engage with many expert stakeholders, including doulas, midwives, and clinicians. And I map the interconnected concepts that make up the maternal healthcare ecosystem. During my research, I spoke with midwife Catherine Nunez, and she mentioned that the safest place for Black women to give birth would be in her home. This led me to think about the evolution of our birthplaces over time. It used to be customary for women to give birth at home in the company of our families, contrasted with hospital births in the company of public facilities. I then began an exploration into what the future birthplace could look like. I asked the question, what if we imagined a future of extreme displacement? What then becomes an appropriate set of spaces to have a birth experience? The idea of shelter led me to design Womb, a speculative portable canvas for traditional expressions of the birth experience. Womb is a wearable birth shelter that expands our definition of where childbearing can take place by enabling a mother to give birth literally anywhere. If individuals and access become a barrier to equity for Black women, Womb brings what a mother needs to deliver safely to her. But what is equity, and why is it important? Equity ensures that no one is denied the possibility to be healthy for belonging to a group that has historically been economically or socially disadvantaged. While Womb looks inward to help mothers cope with the realities of giving birth as a Black woman, childbirth-related death and trauma have many causes that are out of our control. One look at the ecosystem map I developed confirmed that. Not getting care fast enough was a major cause of high-risk pregnancies and could even modify pregnancy from low risk to high. And from speaking with Carolyn, a women's health nurse practitioner, I learned that fear of support can be a huge factor in delaying prenatal care. In short, the burden cannot fall solely on the mother. As Black women, we already feel like we have to have it all together. Does that have to be the case in our most vulnerable time as well? To amplify the voices of the strong Black women in my life, I conducted a co-creation workshop titled Wellness by Design. My goals were to understand who supports Black women at the times they don't want to be strong, understand their relationship with the healthcare industry as well as their bodies, and visualize a future state of collective action and what it means for Black women to be supported and thriving. So what was the takeaway from this workshop? I learned that although no one can thrive alone, Black women are continually expected to, and it's killing us. We need each other to make real change. Wellness by Design touches on our relationship with ourselves and each other through design by co-creation. And elevating the community is essential to feeling safe and secure, which also aids in easier deliveries. And after speaking with advisors to reevaluate my own assumptions of the ecosystem, successful pregnancies are not siloed touchpoints, I learned. Successful pregnancies and motherhood are reliant on continuous, stable circles of support that integrate the mother, the collective, and clinical relationships. That's why doulas are so important. They are non-medical companions who support and guide women through the physical and emotional aspects of childbirth. They advocate for you, they coach for you, and they remind you why what you're doing is so important. But during my secondary research, when I spoke to mothers, I learned that there can be several reasons why every mother who wants a doula doesn't get one. My research uncovered that doulas can be expensive, making them inaccessible to those that need them the most. There's a possibility that the relationship might not work out, and information on how to effectively support a pregnancy on your own is scattered and hard to find. So how might we leverage the ancestral knowledge of the doula in a way that is safe and accessible to all mothers, regardless of socioeconomic status? Kin is a virtual care app that connects members of a mother's care team with a live virtual doula and gives them access to resources like video coaching sessions and telefeedback, filling the need for fully supported pregnancies had by all mothers. Here's how it would work. A member of the mother's support team, for example, her partner, would begin by looking for a live doula coach to give them valuable knowledge during the pregnancy. They would begin their relationship by scheduling a 3-way video call. Communication with the doula would be easily accessible on the home page, and information would be separated by trimester and take the form of documents and video lessons. The support person will also have the option of requesting telecoaching sessions with their doula and saving those sessions for later viewing through our HIPAA-compliant platform. Kin leverages members of the mother's chosen care team and brings its features to users at a low monthly cost compared to the typical cost of a doula, which can be over $1,500. Kin reaches across all circles of support to ensure that the mother never feels alone throughout her pregnancy journey, allowing her to rewrite the narrative. But what if we took it a step further and not only rewrote, but reimagined the clinical model of pregnancy care to focus on support? For many Black women, seeking prenatal care can be nothing more than a series of negative touch points. And as you may recall, fear around community support is a huge factor in delaying prenatal care, which can potentially create a vicious cycle between avoiding care and uncovering potentially deadly health problems later on. There lies an opportunity for change in the traditional medical model of care. I propose the Care Collective, a first-of-its-kind women's and family healthcare service. Built on the centering pregnancy model, the clinic focuses on bringing prenatal and pregnancy care out of the traditional exam rooms and into groups of other pregnant women. Appointments are comprised of 2 parts: individualized assessments with a healthcare provider, followed by group discussions to answer questions about pregnancy and provide support. Measuring its impact by increasing birth weights of babies born to Black mothers, reducing maternal mortality rates of Black mothers through early and consistent prenatal support, and lowering anxiety around the medical system, improving education, and increasing support systems. The vision of the Care Collective is to provide a new framework of clinical pregnancy care for all women through collective knowledge sharing and discovering that they are not alone. But what does this reframing look like on a larger scale for all Black women? There is an importance in rewriting our narratives for ourselves. Speaking with doula Jessica Onyi, we discussed interrogating the media storm around Black maternal mortality. For so long, we have been unable to control our own narratives, which means that the stories that do get told really have an impact on the way we live and give life. Only 12% of African American and Caucasian women believe that there are positive images of African American women in the media, says Maya Burr-Wright. So I imagined the Healed Birth Project, a social campaign made for Black women to rewrite their own birth narratives. Doing this by seeing themselves participate in positive birth experiences through inclusive and engaging community-focused content. The Healed Birth Project empowers users to learn about their birth rights, participate in virtual workshops, and encourages dialogue around developing toolkits for collective action. Today, I demonstrated how community-elevating platforms, inclusive design, and ancestrally informed provocations can be tools for collective care for Black women. I hope my work will serve as an inspiration to others of the role design can play in healthcare. But make no mistake, I feel the need to call out the urgent need for even more research and evidence-based action on Black maternal health. While there's still a lot of work to do, I am hopeful that one day we will get there together. I would like to thank you all for being here today. I would like to thank my family, my partner Mark, and my POD family for helping me get here. Thank you.
Please welcome our next presenter, Bart Haney.
Hello, my name is Bart Haney, and today I'm going to share with you my thesis, Happy Plants and a Smiling Belly, a look at the probable future of the human food system. Food sits at the very epicenter of our life. It's at the core of our social activities with restaurants and family meals, and it quite literally sustains us. Yet as a culture, we've grown further and further away from a deep connection with where our food comes from. It is also worth noting, in less time than it takes a farmer to plant and harvest a head of lettuce, our nation's entire food industry has been flipped on its head by the COVID-19 pandemic. An intricate system for matching supply with demand established over decades has been thrown out of whack just as unemployment and food insecurity are skyrocketing among families. The products of design explored here propose several radical shifts in the design of public information and provocative products to heal a broken system, toxic lands, and unhealthy bodies in service of happy plants and even happier bellies. So I believe it is time to reimagine the production and distribution of fruits and vegetables to be in line with our current future needs, building absolutely towards a healthy future. First, let me take you over a bit of history on how we got here. We started out as hunter-gatherers. Then, around 10,000 years ago, early agriculture transformed us into agrarian civilizations. We began selecting traits and creating hybrids. The Industrial Revolution gave rise to mechanization, which allowed us to grow more with less labor. And our current food system rose to prominence following World War II. Built on innovations in chemistry, genetic modifications, and irrigation, we transformed our food system to increase quantity. In doing so, we saved over 1 billion people from starvation. However, we are now growing significant quantities of the wrong food with massive collateral damage to the environment. Currently, agriculture accounts for 70% of freshwater consumption on the planet. In the US, farms use 1 billion pounds of pesticides every year. The impacts on everything from cancer rates to affordability and water supply are profound. There is also a reduction in our food's nutrition as the potential for our soil gets depleted. A 2004 study of the US Department of Agriculture's nutritional data of 43 different vegetables and fruits showed reliable declines in the amount of vitamins and nutrients over the past half-century. Clearly, the time is ripe for another transformation. The next food system should be one that solves for sustainability and is built on the pillars of biodiversity, new agricultural methodologies, and digital technologies, as well as solving a consumer desire for transparency across the system. As I looked at the process of producing food, from choosing your seed all the way to getting fed, I learned about the inefficiencies and failures in the current system and realized it is essential to examine the impacts of productivity, profit and loss, nutrition, and the ecological impact at each step to look for smart ways to grow past these challenges. There are a few specific statistics that really highlighted the problem to me. There's an immense amount of food left in the fields. Over 30% of produce doesn't even enter into the supply chain. This food that is grown is either unharvested or left behind in the fields because the growers suspect it might not meet the needs and specifications of their buyers. I learned that the produce from your grocery store travels on average 1,500 miles from the farm to your plate, and that flavor and nutrition decay the moment produce is harvested. A University of California study showed that vegetables can lose 15 to 55% of vitamin C, for instance, within a week. On average, produce loses 30% of nutrients just 3 days after harvest. To generate more insight into shopping behaviors, I gathered a few select people together to learn in more detail the ways in which they shop for produce. We then co-created some concepts that illustrated what their ideal future might look like. My big takeaway was that their comfort with online produce purchasing was increasing, but there is a hunger for more transparency and interaction in the process. Armed with all of this research and information, I developed an interconnected family of concepts that traverses the industry from consumer-facing services to the infrastructure which enables them. The first project is Crop Circles. It is a hyper-local, thoroughly modern farm share. Crop Circles is a hyper farm where fruits and vegetables are cultivated locally in precisely controlled indoor farms and delivered to your door within hours of harvesting. Using a digital platform, you can select your crops for the week, the month, even the year. Each piece of produce is grown specifically for you and trackable throughout the process. It is then harvested and delivered directly to you within 24 hours. Utilizing the latest advances in lighting, environmental controls, and nutritional delivery, crops are cultivated to the demanding needs of each and every plant. This leads to a quality product generally unachievable in typical grocery stores and CSAs. Because we are growing produce on demand, you aren't limited to the narrow selection at most groceries and farmers markets. Why is this important? Well, diversity in diet helps keep a diversity in our gut biome and enables consumers to access a greater array of nutrients from a more diverse offering of produce. Our modern farming practice enables Crop Circles to deliver seasonal favorites all year round. Have spaghetti squash arrive as fall rolls in. Or does winter get you down? Have a summer feast with fresh corn, juicy watermelon, and some bursting blueberries delivered on a cold winter afternoon. The service is deeply integrated digitally, keeping you informed of your produce's progress. Crop Circles, hyper-local, thoroughly modern farm share. Building on the capabilities of Crop Circles, I saw an opportunity to maximize the health impact of eating right. Big Pharma was launched on the vision of connecting health and diet to fight the onset of diet-related diseases. It works through a connected ecosystem of health professionals, intelligent nutrition algorithms, and modern farming practices. The health of people eating the current Western diet continues to nosedive as diet-driven cases of obesity, diabetes, and cancer rise to alarming rates. This drove me to question future-facing opportunities of how the deployment of specifically nutritious produce can help realign the health of this population by eating right. Big Pharma is a new tool for social medicine that closes the loop of care. It was envisioned to help borderline symptomatic individuals who struggled to manage the onset of chronic symptoms such as heart disease, diabetes, and obesity to use food as a first level of prevention and to support medication and treatment. The spending on medicine and future healthcare outweighs the cost of proper healthy food. Big Pharma will provide prescribed fruits and vegetables. The costs for these are subsidized by the national medical system and in the same category as prescription medication. Here's how it works. First, in concert with your doctor or health professional, samples are taken to study your body chemistry, develop a DNA profile, and map your gut biome. All of this data is aggregated into an app which showcases your current nutrient levels, your ideal diet outline, and a progress warning for chronic diseases. Intelligent nutrition algorithms compute a diet to feed you healthy foods, which can deliver essential nutrients and help direct your health in a proper direction. Within the app, you can assemble specific meals to be grown and delivered. From here, a service like Crop Circles would grow produce to precise demands, even priming the growing environment to maximize nutritional yields for each piece of produce. These meal kits, including recipe cards and the nutritionally rich produce you use to prepare them, are delivered to your door within 24 hours of harvest for maximum nutrition. That's Big Pharma, producing better health. The final part of the equation is Uproots, a system of modular farming grow carts. Uproot's goal is to let us pick the freshest produce possible. The first part is a family of modular farming grow carts. These rolling mobile units create a foundation for a controlled environment agriculture infrastructure. They can be set up inside any space They can get access to light, be it natural or engineered, and a water supply. From this growing base, grow carts can then be deployed to harvesting facilities for crop circles and big pharma. They can be trucked out to other satellite grocery stores or moved down to the consumer grocery store floor. On the shopping floor, customers are able to pick the freshest produce possible. The vision is that you can walk out onto a grocery store and pull those grapes off the vine yourself. Pick that orange directly from a tree, rip that ear of corn right off the stalk. It could not be any fresher than you being able to pick it yourself. Let's see how the system works. You can see consumers shopping on the grocery store floor, where you can hand pick your produce. As fruits and vegetables are picked, new units are moved down from the upper floors. These units are growing produce on premises. Each of the different crops are grown under plant-specific controlled lighting and are fed water that is uniquely engineered to give the precise nutrients to each specific type of plant, assuring healthy yields from these happy plants. A root train process is employed to have a perpetual supply of product. There is a progression of growing units of each type of produce. This will allow you to be constantly delivering right produce and being able to have any calculatable production quantity all within the same building. The grow carts are so portable that a central facility could also load produce-laden carts into a truck and deliver to other local stores that might not have the real estate to grow their own. This is an element of flexibility in the system that could have a significant impact in reducing the food deserts that are plaguing areas across our country. This infrastructure can additionally serve both crop circles and big pharma by harvesting directly from these grow units, packaging them into boxes, loading those onto delivery trucks, and delivering them promptly for local deliveries. Uproots, modular farming grow carts to let us pick the freshest produce possible. These projects are just the beginning. Growing healthy, sustainable food for the 9 billion people expected to be on the planet by 2050 requires rethinking our approach to agriculture. In short, to move forward, we need to burst the lingering myth that technology is the enemy of natural, abundant, and affordable food. In truth, ag tech is the way we get there. Thank you.
Please welcome our next presenter, Catherine Stoddard-Weislogel.
When I first embarked on this thesis journey, I never imagined that at the end of it, we would be living in a world where enforced social distancing has made screens the only way that many of us can talk to one another or connect. Even before the coronavirus pandemic, though, we were facing a world where screens have increasingly encroached upon our lives. We seem to be growing into a lifetime washed in more and more blue light. As someone who often struggles to balance the pull of screen time with real life, I wondered, what is this doing to us? My name is Catherine Weislogel, and I'm excited to share my thesis, Transcending Blue, Adolescent Interconnection and Empathy in the Age of Screens. To learn more, I spent the past year reading books, articles, and psychology papers on digital media usage, technology, and mental health, and engaged with stakeholders from teachers and counselors to people working at big tech companies to high school and college students. Trying to make sense of what I had learned and heard, I created a map of the landscape, and what emerged was an overlapping of 6 primary interconnected areas: mental and emotional health, social, human interaction, methods of development, and tech and media, which plugs into all of them. 2 key elements that continued to stand out were adolescence and empathy. A meta-analysis of 72 studies found that empathy has declined amongst college students over the past 40 years. According to Adam Alter, humans learn empathy much better in person because it needs immediate feedback to develop as a skill. So why is empathy so important? It's one of the foundational skills we have in building relationships. In adolescence, as we shift our primary social bonds from parents to peers, it's critical that we be able to engage in perspective taking and understanding the feelings of others. Adolescents are vulnerable in a world obsessed with screens. You might be wondering, who exactly is an adolescent? Unlike the common assumption, it's not just the teenage years. The UN defines adolescents, or young people, as occupying the ages of 10 to 24. It's an important stepping stone from childhood to adulthood, where we develop many of the social, emotional, and coping skills needed later in life. But when today's youth are supposed to be developing life skills, they're constantly exposed to distractions and applications that are designed to be highly addictive. While the US has seen increasing rates of anxiety and depression in today's youth, the causal link between the increasing rates of mental illness and screen usage is unclear. What experts can agree on, though, is that large amounts of screen time exacerbate underlying issues and predispositions. It became clear to me that by designing a world where the virtual becomes all-consuming, we are sacrificing the futures of our youth by stunting their social and emotional development. I asked myself, how might we use design to create an antidote for this problem? My initial approach was pretty straightforward. Just how do we decrease screen time? To address this, I designed Pip, a speculative cell phone charger that helps you take breaks from your pocket screens. Once you put your phone in the charger, it sets a timer for 1 hour. If you try to take back your phone before the hour is up, it shocks you. And the more you reach, the bigger the shock. But Pip is only a stopgap solution, like a Band-Aid, and doesn't do much to address the underlying issues. Investigating how the grounding of a physical object could help in a more specific mental health care setting, I designed Artie. Many adolescents receive specialized care, like counseling, but not all of them want to be there. Rihanna Black, an adolescent counselor, described sessions where she and her young client just sat there in silence the entire time. Artie is a set of 4 blank figures that adolescents can choose from to use as an object for identity expression and processing. Let's take a closer look at how it works. Clients choose one of 4 figures to create upon with everyday craft supplies, which offers an opportunity for non-verbal therapeutic activities that helps teens express themselves. In turn, this helps the therapist build a stronger relationship with them through understanding. In my own arrogance, I had originally thought my thesis was going to be all about grounding people in the physical world, firmly believing in the separation of physical and digital. But the physical and the digital are increasingly overlapping to form a new paradigm, the phygital. Originally a marketing term that I've co-opted, it's used to refer to the integration of the physical and digital worlds. Through a participatory design workshop, I set out to try and understand how adolescent connection and communication was occurring in this new phygital realm. What I learned is that young people are connecting by using smartphones as a medium for the transmission and transferal of real-life experiences, but that they've also become a tool for risk aversion. As one participant put it, talking to people face-to-face is kind of scary. Both are important parts of the modern lifestyle. Because so much of teenagers' social lives takes place online, removing the digital aspect would be isolating. As Megan Mueller, an adolescent counselor, put it, how do we have to change our approach to teaching these skills? The next 3 projects I'm going to share with you embrace the phygital to explore opportunities for design to influence different digital touchpoints in adolescents' lives to help them build social and emotional skills. We'll start with the mental health space. Of the teens in the US who are actually able to receive mental health treatment, many rely on our educational system for those services. But schools can't always provide the care they need. Ciara Caprara, one of the school psychologists I spoke with, oversees 3 schools and expressed her frustrations of being stretched too thin to properly address the mental health piece. To help alleviate this, I designed SoMonkey, an app that helps middle school counselors manage student care and middle school students practice social and emotional skills. We'll be focusing on 2 primary users, counselors and students. When a student meets with their school counselor, they download the app and complete the onboarding process with them. After setting up their account, they get points, which introduces a gamification element to help the student stay engaged with the app. Once that's complete, the student gets assigned a mentor, and the counselor recommends practice exercises. The student can then complete exercises on their own, which are tailored to their personal, social, and emotional growth in areas like communication, as well as perspective taking and empathy building. And if they run into trouble, they can reach out to their mentor for help. After successfully completing an exercise, they gain more points, which can then be exchanged for in-person rewards during their counseling sessions, bringing together both in-person and digital for a phygital mental health care experience. During user testing with a middle school counselor, the response to the possibilities of the app was positive. With my next project, I moved away from the mental health care space and into the realm of everyday interactions. Revisiting the insight from my participatory workshop, I asked, how can we help adolescents get over their fear of talking to people? Many adolescents, especially those with social anxiety, are afraid of committing a social mishap. This can be anything from doing or saying anything embarrassing to being outright rejected. Miss Happy Hour is an iMessage app that makes the ridiculous commonplace to help adolescents overcome this fear. Through 3 different modes, users engage in a set period of time where all communications have a chance of being randomly scrambled to say something ridiculous. Miss Happy Hour creates a safe space for adolescents to collectively experience mishaps, reducing the perceived risk of interaction through exposure, so that they can engage more fully with their peers, both virtually and in person. Next, I explored how design can address adolescent connections to family and broader society. This is a distinctly intergenerational problem. We're seeing generational tribalism, where different generations are failing to empathize with one another. In this, I saw an opportunity to use design to help overcome all of this judgment. Summer 16 is an online social media challenge seeking to invoke intergenerational empathy through narrative and voice, 2 powerful tools of humanization. The steps are simple. Enact a memory, share it on social media, and then tag 3 friends to continue the chain. People are invited through airdrop invitations in a public space, or by being challenged on social media. After sharing a story of their 16th summer on one of 3 platforms, they can then look at Summer 16's social media accounts and the challenge hashtag, where shared memories and experiences will aggregate as a collective memory box for different generations. It was during the prototyping process for this project that I experienced one of the most powerful moments of my thesis process. My mom kindly agreed to do a test video. I laughed as she imitated her mother yelling for her to get off the rooftop on that hot summer day in Hong Kong. I felt her sorrow at her family's certainty that she had failed her college exams, to the degree that my aunt said she could sit on her head if she passed them, and my grandma was convinced that my mother was going to jump off the roof. For a woman I have known as such a confident force all of my life, I was surprised that she too had struggled with the fear of failure and the weight of expectations that I remembered feeling in high school. But my mom passed with flying colors and ended her story on this triumphant note.
My only regret from this whole thing was I never did get to sit on Aunt number 3's head.
Being an adolescent is one of the most human parts of being human, when we experience the awkwardness, loneliness, joy, and heartbreak as we try to figure out who we are and who we will become. Now more than ever, when we are faced with prolonged physical social isolation as a result of quarantine, it is imperative that we find ways to maintain connection and empathize with one another across the digital spectrum. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to my presentation. I would like to thank my husband, my parents, and my POD family for being so wonderful and supportive, and of course, the many subject matter experts who supported me in this process. Thank you.
All right, well, welcome everybody. 3 terrific presentations. Victoria, I wanted to start with you. I am struck by how many stakeholders you were able to address with your design work, from the expectant mother to the doula, to the community, to like the media, really. It seems like such a comprehensive approach, and I'm wondering if now, after the work, there are clearly, at least to you, spheres where design intervention seems most likely to succeed?
Yeah, definitely. I think that there are spheres that design is more likely to succeed and can easily be addressed, such as with doula apps and kin, where it's, you know, relatively simple to develop an application versus more complex applications with doctors and medical professionals. But I think that the high risk, high reward mentality definitely comes to play in that regard, because design is definitely really needed.
Yeah, well, let's go from needed to fun. Bart, that was so fun, your project. And I'm imagining, like, is there like one outlandish project that you didn't get a chance to complete or include in this presentation? I know you were considering the challenges of including foods that like people crave. Is that the word that you used?
Yes, it won't surprise you. There's not just one, but several projects that are outlandish I didn't include. But definitely one that was very tender was a project called Snack Religious, which really looked at how we can utilize kind of the advances in food science to replicate our like deepest craving foods, be it donuts or corn dogs or Doritos, with genuinely healthy ingredients, whether it's like high protein powders or synthetic sugars or like nutrition infused chocolate, to really give us like healthy food without having to change some of our like kind of ingrained craving behaviors.
I don't want you to ruin our fun either, so I don't know.
Me either. I just want you to eat healthy and have fun.
Catherine, your projects span a great breadth as well, like literally from shocking kids or adolescents away from using their products or their phones with PIP to envisioning an intergenerational platform with Summer 16. I'd love to ask you a question actually similar to Victoria's. At which scale did you most enjoy the design work? And maybe alongside that question, at which scale do you think that you could do the most good?
I think that's kind of a challenging question to answer. I enjoyed different aspects, I think, of the small and the large scale. I think doing it on a smaller scale allows, in some ways, for more imagination. I think especially when you're doing it in a more speculative manner. But I think the larger scale kind of allows you to like try and figure out how to tap into different groups and different people and understand their perspectives and connect them. So I think that was really exciting.
And this is a question, or at least maybe a little topic for all 3 of you. It seems to me that all of your projects deal with like intermediation at some level. Like Victoria, you are like inserting either stakeholders or technology in an existing set of challenges. Bart, you are foreseeing, well, tremendous changes in what will come between us and our food in the pretty near future. And Catherine, you're largely embracing the technology that many of us are complaining about and trying to pivot it towards building more confidence in community. And so I wanted to ask you all, like, is that really the business of design, this idea that we are inserting or intermediating design moves, at a time when there's so much talk in the tech world about trying to disintermediate or to get rid of the middleman, as it were? Sorry for the gendered expression. But maybe we need to get back inside these relationships and systems. Any thoughts on that? Anybody can take it away.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry, Victoria.
No, go ahead.
Okay, I think it kind of like if you're quitting something, it's hard to go cold turkey. I think the expectation that people can just stop using technology or just like because it's so integrated into our lives, and I think like that was part of the challenge of my thesis process, was coming to understand that.
I wonder if everyone's saying, "Listen, you're never going to get rid of this," but yeah. Bart, how about you and Victoria?
Sure. I mean, I think it would be, aside from everybody growing their own produce, there'll always be a middleman, right? And so part of the goal of what I'm trying to do is, how do we bring ourselves closer to what we're growing? As like climate change is affecting where we can grow, and we've developed such monocultures out of the agro-industrial process, like being able to have produce almost like a industrial scale, oh, I'm forgetting the word. Like instead of growing it yourself, the ability to have it grown where you can access it, where you can see it and you can interact with it, I think is the best way to bring us back to connect to their food, shy of the old world way of being able to like know your farmers and know the land.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of the thesis of your thesis, right?
Right.
Victoria?
Yeah, I agree with what Catherine and Bart both said. I think that I would just add that just like we learned in our designing justice class, things are designed whether we are involved or not. And I think that as designers, especially as product designers and service designers, it's our job to kind of understand and detangle those systems and understand what were the true goals in accomplishing them and how are they not being met and how are they not serving our users.
Wise words. All right, well, thank you, three. Should we get back to the show?
Absolutely. I'm excited.
Let's do it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Please welcome our next presenter, Pontea Parsa.
Hi everyone. This is me when I was 5. I was fond of dance, fashion, and short skirts. I remember the first time I found out that I have to wear this uniform to preschool. Every day I rebelled and took off the scarf immediately after I set foot outside. That was the first time my choice was taken away from me, and it certainly wasn't the last time. All around the world, choices are being made for women in every aspect of their lives. And as a woman who is choosing not to become a mother, one stood out for me. And I felt responsible to use my design toolkit to address the injustice in abortion care system. My name is Pontea Parsa, and I'm excited to present to you my thesis, By Choice, Designing the Abortion Journey. It's been a long journey for American women to access safe and legal abortion. However, decades after Roe v. Wade, 58% of American women live in states that are hostile to abortion. Not having access to safe abortion takes the power away from women in 3 significant ways. Banning abortion effectively limits women's access to wealth, because when we are denied abortions, we are 3 times as likely to end up below the federal poverty line. By making abortion illegal, we treat it as a political issue rather than healthcare, which costs women their lives, as unsafe abortion is the leading cause of maternal mortality globally. And finally, banning abortion continues the chain of abuse and violence against the ones who became pregnant by their abusers. That made me wonder, in this broken system, how might we shift the power dynamic? With that question in mind, I engaged with subject matter experts, including doctors, midwives, doulas, educators, activists, and women who previously had abortions, and read books and articles about stigma, shame, abortion, feminism, and politics, and created a system map of a woman's journey from the moment she finds out she's pregnant to the time she recovers from an abortion. The experience is divided into 3 different parts: pregnancy, abortion, and recovery. Starting with figuring out the logistics. As Dr. Ring told me, women's reproductive rights depends on their zip code. In New York, we can easily access abortion, but the average distance to a clinic in Wyoming is about 168 miles. And lastly, because of the mandatory counseling laws, even providers have to give false information like link between breast cancer and abortion to their patients. And a provider in Texas told me that it entirely depends on physicians to tell women the truth. In this area, presence of a companion that can help women navigate the system felt necessary. And for that, I designed IDA. IDA is a web app that allows abortion seekers to book rides with companions that prepare them for the upcoming appointment on their way to the clinic. Companions serve as doulas, escorts, and drivers. And to make the service safe, patients can ask for a companion when they make an appointment, and clinics send them a text to IDA website. From there, they upload a form of authentication to book their rides. And finally, when they're done, they can talk to their companion before the appointment. But that's not where the experience begins. The first step for most women is to do online research. You can see here, by searching abortion risks, the first result that comes up is from an anti-choice organization. In this overwhelming situation, women rely on each other on social media to get their answers. But how can design enhance community building and support in abortion care? Introducing the Ally Network. Allies are people who previously had abortions and are trained to provide support to people who are seeking or recovering from one. Here's how it works. Women can choose their allies based on their personal statement, have private conversations with them, or participate in group sessions. Finally, when they had an abortion, they can become an ally. This way, the Ally Network leverages a shared experience to build a network of women who advocate for themselves. The Ally Network's campaign raises awareness about the fact that all women from different backgrounds have abortions. However, I was unintentionally showing that some people's abortions, like mothers and wives, are somehow more acceptable than the others. But anyone should have the chance to get the care they need, regardless of who they are. And with that in mind, I facilitated a co-creation workshop called Reproductive Autonomy. In this workshop, I used the game of snakes and ladders to ask women what full reproductive autonomy looks like for them and what supports and hinders it. And that's when one of my participants said that every time she has sex, it feels like a negotiation over contraceptives. That made me realize that I was too focused on women instead of their relationship with their partners. Because after all, none of these women got pregnant by themselves. I found out that the journey starts a lot earlier with men's responsibility towards their partners. But that's when it gets tricky, because most women are naturally reminded of their reproductive capacity with every menstrual cycle, and men are very remote from this experience. But how might we use menstrual blood as a mediator for open communication about reproductive health? And for that, I designed Frey. Frey is a speculative object for watering and fertilizing plants using a mixture of blood and water. Light is generally used as a plant fertilizer since it contains 3 important plant nutrients. But Frey doesn't only nurture plants, it also nurtures women's relationship with their partners. Let's see how it works. I deliberately designed Frey as messy, conspicuous, and high maintenance to show the importance of empathy and engagement among intimate partners. In addition to partners, communities are impactful stakeholders as they significantly contribute to abortion stigma. About 1 in 4 women have at least one abortion by the time they are 45, which means we all probably know someone who had an abortion, but the stigma often keeps people silent. It's hard to talk about community without mentioning the politically polarized landscape of abortion care. And politics matters because anti-choice movement has been the ultimate force behind the abortion stigma. As they protest, they threaten providers, they mislead and harass women to change their minds. And somewhere along the way, words like choice or life lost their true meaning into politics. One of my experts told me that making a change is really about a movement that encourages those who had abortions to tell their stories and expand the narrative. Because although women go through this journey in isolation, their stories must be heard. And for that, I designed Slogans Talk. Slogans Talk is an experience that looks like a protest and aims to shift the pro-choice messaging towards a more nuanced narrative. Here's how it works. Participants put on headphones connected to protest signs and listen to stories about abortions. And to raise awareness about the role of community and abortion care, they take pledges about supporting abortion rights and fighting the abortion stigma. And they think about actionable plans. These pledges eventually turn to a bigger sign that serves as a community quilt. This suite of products aim to address different points in the abortion journey. However, women's lives are not defined by their abortions. Abortion is only a small part of a woman's life, but not having access to one permanently can change their future. I would like to thank everyone who supported me through this process. I also would like to honor the memory of my grandmother. I hope I made her proud. Thank you.
Please welcome our next presenter, Hui Zheng.
Hello, welcome. My name is Hui. So the reason you're sitting here listening to my presentation is because I'm about to graduate from this wonderful program called Product of Design. Now for me, I still remember how excited I was when I received this offer 2 years ago. But realistically, the first thing came into my mind was, what should I do next? Well, there were some little hints here, but that's not enough. Because we're not Americans, so we don't have any model to follow. Since things are basically new to us, And by us, I mean the 400,000 Chinese students in America last year. Now that's a lot. That's the same size as the city of Minneapolis, actually. So basically, if you don't know anyone who understands what's going to happen, then your only friend is going to be Google. Or technically, you don't even have Google because it's not available in China. So it's even worse because the Chinese search engines pretty much only work in Chinese. Instead, what we really need is an infrastructure that makes the journey equal for everyone. A series of solutions that could help solve the common problems proactively. And that's what I'm going to introduce you today. Welcome to join our journey to the West. And to start the journey, we have to identify the challenges that most of us might encounter at certain stages. To achieve that, I interviewed a bunch of experts who work a lot with Chinese students, and it turned out that inequality is most likely to happen in these territories. Lifestyle, language, networking, tax. There are so many potential challenges that I have to decide which are the most valuable opportunities to work with. By seeking help from senior students who are already survived in the Wild West through the method of co-creation workshop. During the workshop, I asked them one question. If you could time travel, what would you rather have to integrate yourself better in the future? By designing opportunity maps that derived from the territories I found earlier and moving further to act out the prototypes in puppet scenarios. The results included 4 major challenges: money, culture, housing, and language. Since money comes first, I'll start with money. Now, most of us wouldn't realize this until you really need to send money from China to the US. And you'll find that you're only allowed to transfer up to $50,000 a year, which, considering on that you can't work and you have to pay a lot of essential things like cars or something else, for many who are not in the cities. This is not a huge number. And to make it worse, this is what the exchange rate looks like in the past 2 years. Now, the lowest point here is around 6.3. And the peak point here is about 7.2. Now, this means you have to exchange money at a point that is relatively acceptable and use that money all the year. And that requires smart plans that adapt to the future, which is unpredictable. Introducing 实物, an app that makes financial plans and change them exclusively for you, depending on your situation. It has regular functions like setting up saving goals, making payment, recording your activities, but it also makes an annual plan for you and adjusts it every week. Let's say you spend too much on food this Tuesday. The app will then suggest you to try to cook yourself to change your habit. And later, you check how friends save their money through different activities. The app will know which activities you liked and make more adjustment to the plan to make you learn from your friends. Plus, your app will be paired with your parents, so they could also optimize your plan. Of course, you could choose to accept or reject the suggestions, so the system could learn your preference and improve itself. The design of 实物 has been tested online through potential users to make sure it is easy to use and worth existing. And that's how we look at money. Next, culture. Not any culture, but the naming culture of Chinese. Now this is my name, but it's more than what you see. You see, the special thing about Chinese is, unlike English, it has tones and it has less syllables. And every character has and only has one syllable. This makes some words especially hard to pronounce and not intuitive for Americans. Here is an extreme example of how Chinese can be really weird and undistinguishable. Even I myself could not read it fluently. But in most time, it's fine. Until you need to buy a cup of coffee in a coffee shop, you have to give yourself a sort of English name. Otherwise, people just skip it. How might we make people say our names? Introducing Project Yunnan, it's a pop-up coffee shop that converts the roles of different language speakers and a piece of intensive name-pronouncing experience. It's placed in a container for high mobility, and it's well-equipped. Before ordering the drink, the customer is required to leave its name at the cashier desk, where some iPads can be found. Then, in the system, a corresponding name in Chinese will be automatically given to the customer as the name that will be read out. And when the drink is finished, only the Chinese name will be called out, no English. If the customer could order the drinks only in Chinese, there will be a 50% discount. And here is the menu. So that's culture. Next, housing. Chinese students are paying more when they are trying to rent home in the US. Let me explain why. Now, in some states like New York, they have established laws limiting the maximum deposit a renter could make in order to stabilize the rent, which is fantastic. However, in the past, because international students have no credit history, so they will choose to pay a full year of rent to get around it. Although with a $50,000 limit of transaction, passing the guarantor could save a considerable amount of money. So people tend to do that, and now they couldn't anymore. And to make it worse, because of the lack of information, Chinese students mostly rely on brokers to source the landlords. Brokers and guarantors all require premiums, which add on the end cost in this whole system. Introducing Payment, a restructured home hunting and rent-paying system designed for Chinese students who need a home in the US. Now, Payment is a platform that centralizes the sources of information, and students is signing a contract with Payment directly. Essentially, the landlord is dealing with Payment instead of the students. Now, that means all the other parts of Payment is not visible to the students, and it will also check the credit history of the students in China and pay the rent for them, so they could get around the $50,000 limit by now. The only thing they need to do is to pick the landlord available on Payment, sign the contract, and pay the full year of rent. No need to pay premiums, because the major revenue of Payment is coming from the investments. Now, Payment's vision is to make home renting in the US an effortless experience for Chinese students, and that wraps up Payment. Finally, language. Introducing Dino, an in-class real-time caption system. Dino just looked like a nameplate with a triangular form factor. Now, there were several explorations of the form of Dino, but to eliminate the unnecessary factors in class, the final package is designed to be more like something that already exists in the classroom, and a nameplate is not a bad choice. It has two e-ink displays, one for displaying name, one for displaying real-time caption that is captured through the microphones all over the body. Now, when you rotate the knob at the side of Dino, you can rewind the captions to reveal what the instructor said earlier, or just check out a word that you don't know. And the concept of Dino comes from one of the most popular ways to exercise oral language among Chinese students, which is watching videos with English captions. Now, because you don't have to guess how the word is spelled, this is a very useful way to increase your vocabulary and practice your spoken English. This type of technology is good enough for real-time use in classrooms. This is a photo of how it is applied in our classroom. And with Dino, you could also rewind the whole class through the dashboard on your computer after class. And that is Dino. So now I have established 4 infrastructures to help out the Chinese students through the journey to the West. I hope this could inspire more designs in the future, and thanks for watching. Thank you.
Please welcome our next presenter, Shin Young Park.
Hello everyone, thank you so much for joining us today. I'm Shin Young Park and I'm so excited to share my thesis work with you all. Before I came to SVA to study design, I studied economics in university. Thanks to my major, I was able to become more financially literate than other peers in my age group. I studied micro and macroeconomics, public finance, foreign exchange market, to name the few of the subjects. However, despite all my knowledge, I had difficulty resisting unnecessary spendings. Didn't start saving or investing early enough, and of course as a result, ended up regretting it. It turned out that I was not alone. 60% of millennials don't have enough money to cover $1,000 emergency expenses, and 76% of Americans have at least one financial regret. My personal experience, combined with the urgency and prevalence of the problem, led me to work on the thesis, Dear Financial Future, Design for the Younger Generation's Better Financial Decisions. I started my journey by conducting interviews with subject matter experts in the area of personal finance, commercial banking, investment banking, financial literacy education, and psychology. After the discussions with experts and reading about the topic, I was able to paint a picture of what it means to be and how to be financially healthy. I also realized that there were not enough intervention in the area of financial decision-making, despite its importance. Therefore, for the thesis, I decided to focus on financial decision-making than any other areas like financial literacy or increasing income. To learn from the users, I held a co-creation workshop where 7 people in their 20s and 30s gathered to discuss money. In the workshop, participants shared their general emotions toward money by co-creating a mind map, mapping out things and people that influence their finances, and illustrating their ideal financial future. I have gained a number of insights from the workshop, but the main insight I have got was the fact that my user group was already suffering from the emotional burden of personal finance. Words that most frequently came up during the workshop were anxiety, debt, regret, and burden. This, combined with insights I synthesized from secondary research, led me to set 2 main design principles. First, incentivize positive behavior rather than punishing the negative. Second, aim for realistic optimism but not pessimism. Today I will be presenting 5 of the projects I designed based on those principles. The projects fall into 3 categories. I will start by introducing projects for our self-help. Then I will be introducing projects that harness the power of community from people whom we know of to people whom we don't know of. First of all, let's have a look at tools for self-help. While I was interviewing Kwanze Yu, an economic major PhD student, he offered this thought that we should put more focus on spending money on the things that are more valuable than trying to reduce the amount of money we spend. I saw an opportunity there and designed Shofi, an AI chatbot that assists you to make spending decisions you will be proud of. Shofi uses the concept of opportunity cost to help your decision making. Opportunity costs represent the benefit an individual misses out when choosing one alternative over another. What Shofi does is making you think once more before you make a purchasing decision by telling you potential opportunity cost, which will be pleasure you will get by buying other things. Let's see Shofi in practice. Say that you're enticed by all these beautiful sneakers and at the moment of making a decision, you have a desire to buy them but are not entirely sure if this is the right thing to do. This is when you should find Shofi. Shofi asks you the price of the product that you're buying and show what you can buy instead of sneakers. Did you know that you could save 2 children from 10 diseases with the money or buy 10 servings of steaks? When Shofi successfully persuades you, it sends you a collectible and shareable photo image with the info on what you managed to not buy and how much you saved by doing so. It also reminds you the amount you saved that week by using Shofi to make you feel better and proud of yourself. And this is how I actually developed the chatbot after designing the conversation structure. However, I realized that Shofi was not enough. After seeing these statistics, according to the research conducted by Harvard Business School, 95% of purchasing decisions are subconscious, and neuromarketers have been taking advantage of it by using brain imaging to measure our responses to their products and steer their marketing tactics based on it. This led me to design the next intervention I will be showing, which deals with our subconscious minds. That is a wearable impulse controller. It detects your impulsivity by tracking brainwave patterns, makes you aware of the fact that you're being impulsive, and reduces your impulsivity by playing calming music. The device uses EEG, which is a test that evaluates the electrical activity in the brain to track your impulsivity. And it plays rhythmical and repetitive calming music, which engages with the neocortex of our brain. Activating this part of the brain is known to reduce impulsivity and calms us. This is how then looks. Having a simple shape with black and white color, then will never make users stand out in the crowd as an impulse buyer. Users can just pretend they are wearing a Bluetooth earbud. But do we have full agency over all our spending decisions? Participant of the co-creation workshop mentioned how keeping up with friends and social life can be a financial burden. As a response, I designed an intervention that better communicate this to our friends. Here I introduce my next project, Frugal Mode. Frugal Mode is a Facebook extension which shows members of the group chat room that someone is trying to be frugal anonymously. When you want to spend less money on social events, you can just simply turn the mode on. You can add messages to be more specific and hide the mode from some people if you want. Then your friends will see that someone's trying to be frugal and see the message that you wrote. It nudges your friends to be mindful of others' financial situation when making collective decisions. Now, let's go beyond our inner circle. The next two projects aim to connect us with people whom we don't yet know of and harness the power of community. According to the research conducted by University of Florida, financial social learning opportunities are significantly related to financial behaviors. Being around parents and friends who show responsible financial behavior can positively influence one's budgeting and saving habits. However, not everyone has the privilege. This inspired me to design tools for individuals to connect with, and also learn from people outside their inner circle. Money Mirror is an app that shares information on how much other people in your peer group save, invest, and spend money. You can compare your assets, savings, spendings, and investment with people who are making similar income, living in the same city, and in the same age group. As you can see, data will be shown in aggregated and anonymous form for privacy reasons. You can check which quintile you belong to, and actually find out how other people in the upper quintile manage their money. For instance, the savings account they use, their asset allocations, and spending budgets. By using Money Mirror, you can also ask questions anonymously to a specific group of people you want to learn from. The app will require a small subscription fee to the users and reward people who contribute to the community by answering questions with smaller subscription fee. The last project I will be sharing today also connects us with people in the outer circle, but with a different group of people. In Dollars and Cents, then I really talked about how we cannot connect to future selves and how that can lead to not saving for retirement. I thought, if we cannot connect with our future selves, because they don't exist and are too far away, why not connect with current retirees who are living the lives we want to live in the future? Wisdom is an online mentoring platform which connects non-retirees with retirees who are living their ideal lives. With retiree users in mind, the website uses simple and minimal UI design. Non-retirees can use filters such as a past salary, location, and marital status to find mentors they want to get help from. If they find the right person, they can send a connect request, hop on a video call and get suggested on a savings plan, financial planner, or even get non-financial advice on retirement. The platform's main source of profit is a fee non-retirees pay for each session. A certain percentage of this session fee will go to retirees as an incentive, so that this can be their retirement gig. Wisdom will be using outdoor advertising, using subway and bus station ads to promote the service and raise awareness. Today, I have introduced you several design interventions I created for the younger generation's better financial decisions. I don't see these works as the ultimate solutions, but I firmly believe that these can be the first few steps toward our preferable future. I really hope that my design works can inspire other designers who are working in this field and also open up conversation around this topic. Last but not least, I want to say thank you to my Products of Design family for supporting me both academically and emotionally throughout the whole thesis journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you, you three. Pontea, I want to start with you. I really loved your first slide. I became a feminist when I was 5. And I for sure want to ask you more about your product design, Frey, which I'm completely in love with. And that's the product that mixes menstrual blood with the ritual of feeding plants. I know that there was a little bit of squeamishness about this project at the start, and you and I had talked, and we're like, you know, don't give up and don't water it down, pardon the pun. Can you tell us maybe one of the challenges you had in bringing this product, which I consider like a fantastic result, to its end spot?
Yeah, sure. I think that was the project that got the most mixed feedbacks. A lot of people really liked it and a lot of people really didn't. But either way, I think it really sparked a conversation, which was really my main intent. But I think one thing that
turned out so beautifully.
Yeah, thank you. And I think what was the most challenging was crafting my messaging and really like tightening it up in a way that was like really conveying what I really intended to say. So I think the animation really helped me with that, and yeah, I think that was the most challenging part.
All right, well, I want to see it in the real world. Hui, let me move over to you. I know that this project starts from a very personal place. So I wanted to ask you about your actual journey from China to the United States over these past couple of years. Are there any products, is there like one product out of all of the things that you design that you would have really wanted on this journey? I mean, I guess it kind of goes out saying you'd want like all of the products, but is there one in particular that you wish you had?
Yeah, I think it's the Dino, the in-class caption system.
Me too.
I personally, I don't think I myself is like a bad language learner, but this kind of device, I think it shows how the future could be built for everybody who, no matter how they speak any language, could get benefit from these kind of devices. And also, I think because I designed it in a way that fits into the normal classes, I think it's the best way to enter the traditional classrooms without interrupting anything.
It's beautifully inconspicuous. Shunyang, let's move to you. You referred to Danarelli's work. I love him. And particularly the disconnect between the present self having to make decisions for the future self. And I think that you wrote, which we cannot quite connect to. This really gets like into the daunting challenge of short and long-term thinking. But do you think that there's more going on than that? I mean, you try and bridge the generational gap with your wisdom platform. But there were challenges with that platform, right?
Yes, I believe there's definitely more than short-term and long-term thinking when it comes to that problem. And yes, because of that there was definitely a challenge when I was designing wisdom. The first challenge was that like economic situations that retirees had faced and non-retirees have been facing are very different. Like millennials are actually like like, they are like called as the new last generation. They just entered the workforce during the like really bad economic downturn. And it seems to me that like we are going through one right now as well. And also the environment around us changed a lot too. Like the way we spend and save money has changed. So like so-called fintech companies have been making us like more than easy to like open up our wallet and spend money. So the situation and like the challenges that we are going through are very different. So the challenge for Wisdom was that if non-retirees just like get financial advices based on retirees' personal experience, they might think that they are not being heard. So I thought that introducing an information session prior to their mentoring, where retirees can learn more about like different challenges that millennials are going through.
Build some empathy, right?
Yeah, so that they can at least understand and empathize with the younger generations. Yeah, so that was the way that I was trying to solve the problem.
All right, great. Well, I think a last question for all of you. It seems to me that each of your projects is really like about a kind of journey. Like Pantea, in your case, the abortion journey is literally in your title. For Hui, it's a journey to a new land. For Xinyoung, it's a journey from the present to the future or across generations, as you just said. Can each of you talk about just one particular challenge, just really quick, or insight that you had from over the course of the project that made you optimistic about designing for a journey, about like designing for experience over time, which is where I think really much of the design actually needs to happen. Something optimistic. Anyone can jump in.
Yeah, I think the biggest, one of the most interesting challenge I found here is that I was, and I'm still designing for a group of people that are constantly changing, but students, they come and go. So the designs are not like less personal objects or something, but more of like a infrastructure.
Yeah, it's like a platform, right?
A platform that that's for people who are coming, who are coming in the future, and also for people who would like to review their journeys when they finish their
and hopefully fondly. Xinyoung and Pantea, something optimistic that came from the experience of putting the work together over the course of the year?
I think that was actually one of my biggest challenges, to stay optimistic, and it was something that I would ask my subject matter experts of like how they actually stay optimistic. But one thing that was like really heartwarming for me throughout the process was like seeing all these people who are so willing to contribute to the cause, especially the ones who had an abortion before, and how much they were willing to do that because of like the care that they received once they actually stepped into a clinic. And I think that was what really kept me going and made me optimistic about the whole thing.
So that's sharing across community too, right, Xinyoung?
I think I want to second Pantea. I also like had a hard time like staying optimistic throughout the whole journey. But I think while I was holding co-creation workshop, or like while I was talking with like the younger generation, I realized that people were already aware about the fact that they have to start and invest early, start saving and investing early. So, and also one of my subject matter expert like told me that everything starts from awareness. So I believe that like we already have that first step. So if they were given right tools, I believe that like we can solve this problem altogether.
We should wrap it up with that positive thought. Should we get back to the show?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome our next presenter, Stephanie Ann Gamble.
Hello, everyone. My name is Stephanie Gamble, and I am excited to share this year-long exploration with you. This story begins with teeth. 6 teeth, to be specific, that were stolen from my grandma. My grandma has always been opinionated and outspoken. So it's no surprise that as a young liberal woman in a small Texas town, she didn't exactly fit in and earned the reputation of being mouthy. One day, she started suffering from a toothache, and when she saw the dentist, he assured her it was no big deal, just a small cavity in the back. He even put her under during the procedure for her comfort. What a nice guy. At least, that's what my grandma thought, until she woke and realized that this man had, without reason or consent, pulled out all 6 of her front teeth. I have often imagined how confused, violated, and powerless my grandma felt in that moment. Imagining this fills me with anger, and this anger is what has motivated me to interrogate, make tangible, the forces at play in her story. Through my thesis work, Grandma's Teeth, an exploration of feminine voice, power, and reclamation. The first step in this process was just to figure out what exactly I was interrogating. My research quickly informed me that what I was dealing with is misogyny. At its most simple level, misogyny is defined as hatred of, contempt for, or ingrained prejudice against women. This definition feels flimsy at best. I am sure many women listening today would agree that it does not capture the nuance or pervasiveness of how hostile these experiences can feel. A turning point came for me after reading Kate Mann's book, Down Girl. She outlines a more comprehensive definition and frames misogyny as the law enforcement branch of patriarchal order, which has the overall function of policing and enforcing its governing ideology. It is more accurate to view misogyny as an environment where emotional, verbal, and physical mechanisms interact in complex combinations. These mechanisms are used to control and silence actual, perceived, or representative challenges to patriarchal norms and expectations. It's kind of like having a toolbox that is full of neat tools and gadgets that you use to fix pesky, out-of-their-place problems around the home. But instead of the tools being saws, hammers, and nails, they are murder, catcalling, or mansplaining. And you aren't fixing your home, but rather that woman who is doing pesky things like rebuffing men's advances, wanting equal pay for equal work, or simply expecting that men pitch in and help around the house a little bit. For behaviors such as these, women and girls face hostile and at times deadly consequences, like 6 teeth, which were extracted as the physical price for being an outspoken woman, which is actually a rather small price to pay when you consider that women all over the world pay each and every day with their lives. Given this hostile environment, where women face physical consequences for their actions, I wondered, is it even possible for women to have true freedom of voice? To explore this, I designed Object, an editorial critique that explores gendered power dynamics and touches on themes of ownership, possession, and the objectification of women. Object is a speculative men's luxury accessory brand that creates objects of possession from women's bodies. Now, when a woman feels the weight of expectation or need for control from a man in her life, she can choose to free herself from the potential physical threat by sacrificing a piece of her body to be turned into an object of ownership. This token trophy is gifted to the man in a symbolic exchange for her freedom, representing a dark act of reclamation that highlights the sacrifice women are already paying with their bodies. So although it can feel impossible to have true freedom of voice without first seriously addressing how violence is used to silence women, I continue to interrogate this ecosystem and explore the interdependence of its mechanisms. My next project looks at the relationship between physical and verbal tools, how verbal silencing reinforces and is in turn supported by physical violence. This dynamic manifests in a culture where we protect and defend men's reputations over women's, where what he said takes precedence over what she said, and where claims of false accusations and discrediting of victims discourages them from speaking up. But what if we could use design to create an environment where what she said had irreproachable power over what he said? For this, I envision Scarlet. Inspired by its namesake, the Scarlet Letter, the work examines how design might make visible the crimes of men and provokes us to explore who gets to pass judgment and consequence. Let's see how she does this. Scarlet is a woman-only, crowdsourced public shaming platform that uses facial recognition software, AR, and crowdsourcing to tag and identify men who have committed any number of sins against women. Women create profiles of men and assign letters to his profile that reflect the offending behaviors they experienced. They are also invited to share their stories about the events that led to the lettering, because with Scarlet, there is no more "she was asking for it" or comments about what she was wearing. Each woman's story is simply believed. The AR function lets women scan a crowd with their phone to see which men they should steer clear of while out on the town with their friends. And just think how great Scarlet would be as a dating app plugin. Now I know, some of you believe this is harsh towards men and think that women will use this platform irresponsibly. But given our current climate and what's at stake, I am not concerned about protecting the reputation of every man. Because, as Soraya Chemley states, there is power in the hush. Verbal silencing tool is a tool that asserts men's power over women, and in turn reminds us of the potential hostile consequence we could face for challenging that power. And while we tend to focus on the highly visible moments of this dynamic, it can show up in the mundane and pedestrian ways as well. This was reinforced as I engaged with subject matter experts across a variety of fields. The workplace was consistently identified as a space where women encounter significant challenges in combating verbal silencing practices. This made me wonder, how might we use design to correct the impulse of men to hush or silence the voices of women in the workplace? My solution is upbraid, which means to find fault with or reproach severely. Upbraid is a workplace service platform that partners with companies as part of a workplace culture initiative to correct the verbally dominating behaviors of male colleagues. Upbraid works by live tracking the voices of different team members, listening for individual talk time, volume, number of interruptions, and occurrences of heat. If a male team member begins to dominate the conversation, Upbraid's visual display changes in real time and sends nudging messages to the offender to remind him to let others speak. At the end of the session, Upbraid sends evaluations and suggestions. If a male team member does not improve over time, the platform ups the consequence by withdrawing money from his paycheck, which gets redistributed to female teammates that he silenced. After exploring how the verbal silencing tools of misogyny are employed in routine social miseries, I was inspired to examine how the emotional mechanisms impact the daily lives of women. I quickly realized this wasn't going to be easy, because it's not a conversation that we like to have. The truth of women's lives is difficult to see and unpleasant to accept for men and women both. It is often internal, generational, and women are conditioned to silently accept that this is just how things are. I wanted to create a space where women could start to have these conversations. As a starting point, I researched feminist art and design and was inspired to create Tempered, a recipe for careful conversations. Tempered is an open source recipe and dinner party experience that serves as a platform for conversations about the personal and generational impact of misogyny. Tempered draws on the lexicon of the dinner party and the archetype of the perfect hostess as a way of anchoring the experience in traditional spaces of feminine power. Over the course of the meal, the hostess leads her guests through a series of conversations, asking each woman to share moments in their lives when their identity and voice were diminished by men. In an act of catharsis, guests are invited to reclaim their experience and express anger about it, by smashing the dinner sets. The vision for this project is that women across the world would send broken plate shards to be included in a living gallery project, a mountain of broken plates that visually represents women's cumulative anger. This body of work as a whole is meant as the beginning of a dialogue, to impress upon men the fear and anger that women carry every day. My hope is that the work opens up conversations for everyone listening. I want to say thank you to my grandma for letting me tell her story. And while I can't go back and undo what was done to her, I hope I can give her and the voices of many other women a little more bite. Thank you.
Please welcome our next presenter, Weston Andrew Revell.
Hi, my name is Weston Revell, and I am very excited to present my thesis, Automata. This work concerns privacy and propriety in the age of surveillance capitalism. Before we get into the work, I would like you to take a moment, and if you can, look at your reflection in your screen. I'd like you to remind yourself that as you sit and watch this presentation, your device and applications are hard at work behind this one-way mirror, watching and quantifying your behaviors. More often than not, we have no choice to opt out of this data collection, giving companies the power to do with it whatever they please. This is a manifestation of a larger issue called surveillance capitalism. Shoshana Zuboff, who coined the term, boils down the idea into a simple statement. Users are not customers, nor are they the product. They're merely free sources of raw material. And while I found her writing incredibly galvanizing, during the course of my research, I often heard from peers and stakeholders versions of the statement, "So what if they're watching us? I've got nothing to hide." This mindset is actually so pervasive and harmful that this man, Daniel Solove, a leading expert on privacy theory, has written entire papers about it. He posits, the problem with the nothing to hide argument is the underlying assumption that privacy is about hiding bad things. If we refer to his taxonomy of privacy violations, which looks at each transgression at every stage in the process, we see that the issue isn't the act of collecting data and the content that might be uncovered, but it is the downstream consequences that allow governments and corporations to interfere with our lives. These intrusions into our lives are designed to go unnoticed, but events have transpired that shows just how real the consequences can be. Personalized filter bubbles exacerbate divisive thought patterns. Social platforms can be used to manipulate our mood. And when co-opted by a radical and morally corrupt agenda, these platforms can become propaganda machines which alter the course of our democracies. There have been recent steps by corporations and governments to create more regulation and oversight. But at this point in time, it is too soon to tell whether these will drive towards meaningful change or just lead to a greater illusion of control. So when we consider the future, there's a pressing need to set in place the conditions that will guide us towards a preferable state. And therein lies the focus of my thesis. The question becomes, how might we amplify digital privacy to drive towards an autonomous future for all? My examination of this question began with a co-creation workshop with professionals from the ad tech, marketing, cybersecurity, and product design industries. The goal of the workshop was to interrogate our failing relationships with tech giants and ideate interventions to address the issues we uncovered. I started by having the participants look at their personal Google Maps timelines and Facebook ads information, which provide a clear and shocking demonstration of the amount of personal information that these companies gather and store. In response to this, the participants pinpointed issues and emotions that undermine their ability to trust these companies. And with those ideas, we dove into a second generative exercise that asked them to create interventions to restructure these relationships. The ideas they generated fell under 4 major themes. These were industry practices, policy and regulation, business models, and subversion. I was mainly drawn to this last category because what I and many of my participants realized by the end of the session is that it's not solely about privacy, it's about the power dynamic. Crystal here, who works in PR, noted how we've just been giving out our data freely, but we haven't had any real control over where it goes and who has it. While in hindsight, this might seem obvious, it underscored our realization that as captive consumers, we don't have the ability to affect what happens within tech companies behind closed doors. But subversion, by its very definition, entails a systematic attempt to overthrow or undermine a system by people working from within. I started my exploration in this direction by examining current trends in subversive design and noted issues that exist in varying combinations. The first is a focus on making a conspicuous aesthetic statement. The second is the necessity for a high level of technical aptitude. And the third is an unhelpful persistence, which renders the positive features of systems that rely on surveillance entirely useless. So in order to make subversion palatable for the mass market, there needs to be new design constraints which are the counterpoint to these issues. Subversive design needs to become stylish yet inconspicuous. It must be easily understood and engaged with. And finally, it must be flexible, transitioning between protecting our privacy and getting out of the way based on our situational needs. As I explored the aesthetic and functional foundations of this direction, I started to focus on the most intrusive and pervasive forms of surveillance in our physical lives. These are video-based, location-based, and audio-based. With video-based, I was specifically interested in facial recognition. I began my approach to subverting this with some early prototyping and user testing thanks to the help of my classmates. While the initial results were incredibly promising, I acknowledged the need to refer to current innovations to see what more could be done. I studied the latest experimentation in technological developments, and for my final direction, I created the unseen glasses. They work by incorporating a series of infrared light-emitting diodes behind a diffuser around the rim of the lenses. The usage of infrared light means that there will be no visible effect to the naked eye, but any image sensor will interpret it as a blinding white light which covers important features that recognition algorithms rely on seeing. Additionally, I designed the aspects of these glasses to make them useful across the full experience of a user's day, considering the need for charging at home and on the go. Next up, I focused on location surveillance, and I discovered the work of creative technologist Adam Harvey. He has developed an open source research project that details how to use an Arduino to make your phone produce fake location data. In my effort to make this a simpler and more seamless experience, I created the Unfound Phone case. This removes the need for technical knowledge using embedded circuitry to automate the entire process. It works by pinging the phone itself with Wi-Fi signatures that are found in a location different from your current setting. The main functionalities are controlled in a companion app, but the case itself communicates 2 key pieces of information. The first being when location spoofing is active, and the second being when the collection and addition of new Wi-Fi signatures is active. And finally, as I dove into audio surveillance, I turned my attention to the now ubiquitous presence of smart speakers in many of our homes. To address this, I created the Orator, which is a device that sits on top of your smart speaker and whispers things to it. It will ask the speaker to search for random bits of information. It will ask about the weather in other cities and the cost of flights to Morocco. It will add strange products to the user's digital wish list and shopping cart, and can even place orders and cancel them if the user allows it. Via the companion app, users can develop a fake set of profiles that will direct the behaviors generated. As users play with these profiles, they will be able to see the change in the tone of ads and content served to them across different platforms. Now, if we look back at our privacy taxonomy, we see that these products are effective in addressing the input into the system, either severing or polluting the flow of data to tech company servers. But I realize this doesn't cut to the core of the problem. To truly gain our autonomy, we need to find ways to transcend the bounds of this extractive taxonomy. This is the thinking that drove towards my final work, which is much more in-depth and encompassing than the previous 3 products. As I forged in this new direction, I tried out many privacy-focused tools such as Brave Browser and the DuckDuckGo search engine. I was discussing these tools with Chris, a friend of mine who works in cybersecurity, when he said to me, I used to be a tinfoil hat as well. I used Brave and DuckDuckGo, but I didn't stick with it because I figured tech companies already have my data anyway. While it was delivered as a nonchalant statement, it ended up having massive implications for my work. I realized that there exists a spectrum of privacy habits from the more passive to the more active. When people act passively to protect their data, surveillors have more control. But when they actively protect their data, they're building their autonomy. At the end of this left end of the spectrum are people who use whatever default privacy options are available to them. At the right end are the individuals who are so private that they essentially are invisible to the rest of the internet. And while many of us are more passive, little things move us in the right direction. Perhaps your Facebook or Instagram account is set to private. Perhaps you've used a private browsing or incognito window while searching for a flight to avoid price gouging based on your actions. In Chris's case, when he gave up on Brave, he moved towards the passive. But it stands to reason that if we can put in place the proper incentives to nudge consumers towards more active privacy measures, we can begin the transition to this autonomous future that I was searching for with my original thesis statement. This brings us to the final piece of work, Arcane. Arcane is a platform whose mission is to encourage citizens to protect their privacy. It does this first by making privacy tangible. It assigns consumers a score based on the level of digital privacy and security. And it makes privacy rewarding. Similar to a credit score, users can leverage it to gain benefits from companies that value private and secure customers. Now I'd like to take you through how it works. When the app launches, it will generate the user's Arcane score and describe some of the factors that contribute to this score. This includes the user choice of software, number and type of online accounts, existing security and privacy tools, and any previously leaked personal information. After that, the user receives their score and can immediately scroll down to see the rewards unlocked at their current score level. The companies on Arcane have different motivations for being there. These include finding verifiable users, low-risk customers, getting access to Arcane's privacy-oriented audience, and then also creating positive PR for companies who have had security and privacy issues in the past. Now, when the user is interested in a company's offer, they gain access to it through the dispensation of a coupon. Scrolling down, the user can see what rewards will be unlocked at a higher score and also see recommended actions they can take to increase their Arcane score. This aspect is where the nudges towards more private behaviors really happens. When the user taps on a recommended action, it summarizes a switch they should make, how much their score will increase, and the cost and time associated. Tapping through, they'll be guided on how to act on the recommendation across their devices. Now, while there are many aspects of this service that need to exist beyond the screen, the one that's most important is Arcane's own data practice, because the paradox is that it relies on its own forms of behavioral surveillance. But following the precedent set by Apple, there are tools such as local processing of information, cloud encryption, and definitive opt-out measures that protect the autonomy of customers. And this is where my work stands. While the world of privacy and surveillance are vast, complicated, and hyped up on venture capital, I was able to create tools and address motivations that have the potential to affect change on personal and systemic levels. So now I'd just like to say thank you to Allan, Jennifer, our pod faculty, my amazing classmates, and of course, my incredibly supportive family. Thank you.
Please welcome our next presenter, Yufei Wang.
Hello everyone, thank you for coming. My name is Yufei Wang. As an introvert, I'm really trying hard to pretend to be an extrovert. But I'm too tired. My parents always push me to be an extrovert, which they think is the key to achieve future success. Once I moved away from my family and had the chance to think independently, I began to reconsider the situation. I started to ask myself what really is the best way for introverts to thrive in this society. Pretending to be an extrovert? Is the problem really come from introversion itself? So today, I am excited to present my thesis, Transversion, Creating Better Spaces for Introverts. In Susan Cain's book Quiet, she argues that we live with a value system that labels the extrovert as ideal. In this value system, the ideal self is gregarious, alpha, and comfortable in the spotlight. Because of this, society is designed with a bias towards them. To better understand the landscape of my inquiry, I talked with life coaches, founders of websites for introverts, psychologists, educators, workspace anthropologists, and also introverts. Introverts prefer low stimulation environments. In one of my interviews, Kat Rose, who is also an introvert, said she didn't enjoy her office environment, and it took her a good 2 years to figure out why that might be. And this is true. When we are in school, we often have our classes sitting at a round table. Open plan office, where you can hear and see everything all the time. Networking events, where you are constantly meeting new people and are required to be outgoing in order to sell yourself. Or group collaborations, they are all high stimulation spaces. We can see most of these spaces are tailored towards extroverts, which leaves almost half of the population, introverts, struggling to keep up with standards that don't enable them to thrive. So I wondered what might happen if we questioned not how we could train introverts to do things that are natural for extroverts, but how might we create better spaces for introverts to thrive that are totally separated from those existing spaces. There are not many spaces designed with introverts in mind. What do spaces for introverts look like? To learn more about this situation, I produced a co-creation workshop that paired introverts and extroverts to design a Friday night living room together. They were prompted to use different senses: sight, smell, hearing, taste, and touch. Paying attention to different senses in Friday night living room is an opportunity where you can clearly see agreements, conflicts, and compromises. Learning from this, I realized the key is understanding. Not only that introverts should have a clear understanding of who they are, but also that extroverts need to be included in the conversation. And then, introverts will have the chance to utilize their strengths in order to thrive. So I synthesized this into 2 stages: who I am to how I can. There are several spaces within these 2 stages: the space for reflection and culture sharing, the space for communication, and the space for recharging. So I chose these 3 to develop design interventions related to them. The prospect of changing an entire environment is daunting, so I considered how might we design new spaces that can be integrated into existing ones. These spaces can be physical, virtual, or even a mix of the 2. So the first provocation that I like to show is the space for reflection and cultural sharing. In my experience, the value of introverts is often misunderstood and undervalued, as typical hallmarks of extroverts, such as verbal expression and assertiveness, are often how success is measured. There is a misconception that introverts are hiding, but introversion is just a unique way to process and deliver information. While there are many routes of communication and expression, the personal style is one of the most visible and creative ways to do so. How might we use fashion items to physically embody and celebrate introversion? With this in mind, I created an immersive experience, Needle and Thread, an interactive dressing room that invites participants to express and celebrate introversion using the unique language of fashion. It is a dressing room because this space provides privacy, safety, and intimacy fostering an environment which allows people to act like themselves and also discover a deeper self. I created a series of speculative fashion items that offer an opportunity for participants to embody the experience of introverts in the world. The glasses amplify the experience of sensory overload in public. The hat gives the autonomy of closing off the world. The coat is a protective armor against close encounters with people in public. Participants are also invited to create their own objects to show what the experience of introversion looks like for them. Also, they can wear their favorite fashion items and take a picture. This is space that is starting off for introverts, but it ultimately encourages all participants, both introverts and extroverts, to have a conversation about this unique experience that introverts have, and shared understanding of language from introvert culture. After building this shared understanding, how can introverts better thrive? Communication is an essential part of group collaboration. But the high simulation structure of group collaboration in the workspace maybe loses the voice of introverts, especially in a meeting where everyone's voice is very important. Also in this pandemic, we have all our meetings online. The demands of a continuous on-screen presence often result in exhaustion and, therefore, less participation. But actually, introverts make up 30 to 50% of the workforce. How can we recover these lost voices? During my research, I found that individual agency is important for introverts, which includes the time to process new information, equal opportunities to speak, and the language barrier. How to create a meetings experience with introverts in mind? Introducing All Access. It is a non-video online meeting platform providing introverts a space to speak up and express their ideas freely. Compared with other online meeting platforms, users can choose their own avatar. The illustration-style avatar provides a simple and minimal environment, which also makes sure the process is still interactive and collaborative. Users can easily find access to raise the need of processing time immediately. When one person is preparing to speak, other people cannot talk until that person finishes his thought. Live translation is also provided for attendees with different language backgrounds who may speak up less to avoid making mistakes. All Access builds a safe space for introverts to participate in a high-stimulation environment, making sure every voice can be heard and contribute to the group's success. Always being out there isn't easy for introverts, so giving them time to recharge is also important. Research shows 70% of jobs are found through networking, and more colleges create networking opportunities for students. One interviewer, Lucia, who is an introverted graduate student, said, "I really want to capture all the opportunities, but I become easily overwhelmed by attending too many social networking events. Introverts tend to lose energy when socializing." We can use a battery as a metaphor for introvert energy. In high stimulation environments, the battery inside introverts become drained easily. At this time, they have a hard time participating. What will happen if a mass scheduled social life? For introverts, having enough time to recharge is very important. So introducing Dawn. Dawn is a service offering a customized networking plan for introverted students. It partners with colleges which connect users' accounts with their school account. When signing up, there is a questionnaire to assess the user's energy level and interests. Dawn will select the matching events organized by the user's college. Then it recommends events based on the user's interests and energy level. Users can accept recommendations and register for the events in Dawn. After the event, Dawn prompts the user to rate their energy level. Dawn provides an opportunity for a healthy social life. It gives introverts a sufficient time to recharge themselves before going to the next event, and ensures that they don't need to worry about missing any important ones. I believe that being introverted should not be a barrier to one's success and enjoyment of life. These three new spaces provide experiences that are totally different while still integrating into existing landscapes. aiming to activate introverts in an assertive way. These experiences propose to engage introverts to understand themselves and then share the value of introversion. I believe this is an essential first step on the way to rethink how our current spaces are structured and who they are structured for. Thank you.
Well, welcome back, everybody. I loved your presentation. Stephanie, I want to start with you. I remember being really, really impressed with the earlier provocative work. Very daring. I mean, you are like, you know, burning down the house. Your project like literally ends with people like smashing plates on the floor. So I want to say thank you. I really admire it. I don't actually know if I have a question here. Maybe what has been the effect of the work on you?
Yeah, well, thank you, first of all. And I think the work was really hard. You know, this isn't a subject matter that's fun to research, and it's obviously very personal and something I'm invested in. And I think the work like asks more questions than I could, you know, answer, and kind of leaves, you know, a lack of resolution. So it really, the thesis work was really kind of like a catalyst moment for me, that kind of a catalyst for anger, and that like drives me to pursue this work forward. So,
yeah. All right. Well, can't wait to read the book. Wes, I wanted to move to you. I was fascinated to learn that so many people actually don't fully appreciate the extent to which their privacy is invaded and how much they're being tracked. Can you tell us like one anecdote from your co-creation session?
Yeah, well, that was really interesting because there was a whole spectrum of people who didn't really know much about digital privacy and weren't very active in that, to people who taught me a lot about things like anything from browser fingerprinting to you know, the pervasiveness of web trackers. And one thing I liked was a professional who came from the ad tech industry who was pretty quiet the whole time. And afterwards, he told me that he was actually super uncomfortable because he felt like the enemy,
right?
While everybody was trying to figure out a way to kind of push back against these things. But
that's what he does for
I really, I really like that we could kind of intimidate him. Yeah, yeah, and then that actually ended up learning a lot from him about the landscape of that industry.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, Ufei, I of course wanted to ask you about your own introversion. I mean, I'm an introvert as well. Probably, you know, so many people in our department, maybe many people watching right now. So I'm curious if over the course of the thesis, you actually changed your mind about the powers of introversion, or maybe about an introvert's relationship with society. Like, do you feel more powerful after this thesis?
Yes. Yes, because previously I was thinking like the power of introverts come from the recognition of our like family, friends, or the society. But now I feel like after like doing this thesis and after talking to some self-identified introverts, they are who are like very proud of their introversion, I began to realize that the power of introverts come from ourselves. And before that, we need to like have a clear understanding of who we are, and also accept introversion, that we can see the power of introverts.
All right. Well, I am a proud self-identifying introvert, so now I know how to identify myself. Well, maybe just one more question for all of you. You know, I see all of your projects as really being around power. Stephanie reclaiming power, Wes reclaiming power, and Ufei like reclaiming power. So my question for you then is, like, do we need to exchange something back when we take power, or do we just fucking take it? You can start with anybody.
It, you know?
You say take it.
Yeah. Women, I mean, women alone have been giving too much already, so we're not giving anything.
Love it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel kind of that idea of the exchange, when you think about reassessing the value of our personal behavioral data, kind of our lived experiences, that companies have just decided that it's their own. So it's almost like we have to swing the pendulum back, far back in the opposite direction, and really reclaim a lot of it for ourselves.
Well, I think your next design project needs to be redesigning the pendulum then. Ufei? What do you think?
I would think just take it.
Just take it.
I think we have the power so that we have the autonomy to like making decision by our own. So we can choose that we not exchange, and it is a choice, not compromises.
I love it. All right, well, from this powerful group, should we head back to the show?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, thanks.
Please welcome our next presenter, Sona Jung.
Hi everyone, thank you for being here. My name is Sona Jung, and today I'd like to begin by asking you a simple question. Where is your home? Is it the country of your birth? Is it the country where your family came from? Or where you're staying in right now? Every time I come back home, I love to look at the family albums, recollecting the old memories, and rediscovering the old letters I sent every Christmas. What feels strange is how much has changed, as well as my family. And I wonder when I will ever stop coming back home and stay in one place. Like myself, there are about 272 million people who are living in a country that is not their place of origin. As travel essayist and author Pico Arroyo says, we are living in this new social reality where home is constantly updating and evolving. I'm excited to present you my thesis, Home in Progress, Designing Systems of Collective Care Through Food and Senses. After talking with many immigrants in different backgrounds, those who work with immigrant communities, I mapped out migration as an experience, from deciding to migrate and preparing to move, and physically moving across the borders and living in the new country. It is a complex experience that involves a lot of legal, social, and cultural factors. And the motivations behind migration varies, which makes this experience very different for different types of migrants. However, the common threads of experience are being uprooted from their home and coexisting in both places. My thesis started exploring with this multi-local nature of migration and how it's manifested in their identities and belonging, and coping with the challenges that can lead to mental health issues. Being a multi-local can mean being impossible to be normal, where all your social cues are stripped away and have to learn to live all over again. Or not having a really clear identity of who you are. Conducting secondary research through literature around immigration and travel, sensory studies, and cultural identity and politics, I wanted to understand how one would navigate a new space and live as an in-between. Paul Rodaway's book, Sensuous Geography, says, geography of displacement concerns how people cope sensorially with being uprooted and relocated. This led me to look into the role of senses as a point of interrogation and asked, how might we ritualize sensory experience as a way to cope with displacement? Considering that in many communities, mental health concerns are actively ignored and people are discouraged from seeking help due to fear, I envisioned dinner therapy. Dinner therapy supports mentoring relationships and serves as a gateway to mental health care through less formal engagement by partnering with other immigrant communities. With questions like, I feel at home when?
What part of home do you want to keep or not keep? Describe a sound that reminds you of home. Describe a smell that reminds you of home. It helps them reflect on this idea of home and identity through informal journaling and conversations. I tested this concept through a co-creation workshop that gathered people with varying types of immigration experience, where they translated their identities through senses, mapping how they or their parents got to where they are, and where in these moments they felt like their identities were challenging or changing. Where in the city they felt at home, by placing 5-cent stickers on the card with location and sharing why they feel at home, what reminds them of home. Instead of connecting one's identity to a location, we could look at them as traits and characteristics that make us who we are and makes us unique. It was a pretty cathartic experience for a lot of people. As much as our identities are evolving and challenges our sense of belonging throughout this journey, it also affects our gut health. Dr. Pajal Vange's research shows that the gut microbiome loses diversity with migration, which can lead to mental health issues and obesity. The microbiomes that are specific to our gut, where we come from, our lifestyle, and how we eat, are also changing and assimilating to those similar to the host country. But in order to restore gut health, many people praise fermentation, and all cultures have their unique, interesting food. In his book, You and I Eat the Same, Chris Ng says not only food is a vehicle for translating the cultural experience through sensory categories, it is a means of preserving cultural identity, but also has health implications. There is a Korean word called sonmat, which literally translates to hand taste. The word is used in the context of mom's cooking, how mom's hand taste complements the food, and how much you crave her cooking. Does your mother's hand taste actually taste like home? Can I bring this with me when I'm far away from her? With the research that shows social and physical interactions help shape diverse microbial communities, I created Ongi, Hand Taste Brewing Kit, which is a fermentation crock and tea that encourages fermentation as a daily ritual. Ongi means warmth in Korean, which is comprised of fermentation crock and tea, a psychobiotic tea. The psychobiotic tea is a speculation that the tea is fermented out of kombucha SCOBY by a symbiosis of hand yeast and genetically modified bacteria that express the gene which increase serotonin production and therefore comfort. Let's see how it works. Your mother back at home would receive the kit from the lab, in which she will swap the microbiome in her hand while she's cooking, and the lab will send you the psychobiotic tea that is created with her hand taste. You can brew the tea to drink or take a tea bath, or brew a batch of kombucha using the tea with fermentation crock, and let it ferment while holding the crock. As I explored immigrant health through both mental and gut health, I learned that the brain and the gut are constantly communicating. This is called the gut-mind connection. But that I learned that there is a parallel between personal and cultural identity of a migrant. Preservation of one's roots and culture are part of preserving her own personal identity. It is just like creating your own recipe. This inspired my experience design, the Gut Talk. Proposing fermentation as a new framework to think about identities and integration, moving away from the concept of melting pot that forces immigrants to melt their undesirable aspects of the non-dominant culture, to a salad bowl that appreciates its distinct taste of ingredients, and finally to fermentation that transforms the microbial identities. This serves as a sensorial metaphor as the slow process of reflection on identities and space for collective healing. Just like the microorganisms in kombucha that feed on sugar, transform their microbes, we feed on cultural identities of old and new ways, and become an authentic self rather than someone just from one country or culture. As the fermentation jar that creates a selective environment for these microbes to thrive, we need a safe community and a system that allows people to be whoever they are, wherever they are. The Gut Talk is a public exhibition that is driven by these stories of our gut microbes, meaning the identities that shape ourselves. The participants would collect ingredients as they go through each journey and create their own fermentation recipe, built up with the answers to questions like, what did you learn from this? Why did you move to the city? What is the most prominent smell of your kitchens of your home country? What do you wish you could bring or not bring? And then fermenting the old and new identities through sensory mapping. And lastly, a collective care where they add one last ingredient to imagine what their jars could be like to promote a more inclusive community, whether it be a workplace, school, or other communities of their choice. As a lot of my products are designed to help migrants to make new home and new communities, this journey does not end here. When a person moves, family expectations and family members' involvement in the migration process is fundamental. Immigration policies are focused on individual migrants than families. However, this is not factored into many policies. So what happened to the relationships? What happens to the family left behind? How do they continue to stay connected to the old home? While many people migrate for better prospects for families, a lot of families remain separated and transnational families are on the rise, which makes it hard to keep track of each other's health from afar. So I'm introducing Dindin, a virtual care package for long-distance families to keep each other's health accountable. Dindin does this through shared activities that's facilitated by the app, such as book club puzzle, connecting the grandmother back home with the immigrant children or their children. Puzzle is not only a way to stay connected amongst the family members, but also to check in whenever it's needed. Let's say grandma hasn't responded for more than a few days. Dindin notifies the child to check in on her. And if grandma still hasn't been reached, Dindin pulls up a list of contacts in her community for her daughter to reach out to. Dindin makes an impact on improved health of parents, the family, and feelings of connectedness and relief through intergenerational care, and measure the increased communication and autonomy and well-being. As I'm recording this presentation back at my home in Korea and looking at the gaps my family and I have grown with time and distance, especially during this time where we're craving each other's touch, I'd like to invite you to better understand your physical and emotional connections to a sense of home. I'd like to thank everyone who has been involved in this journey, and thank you so much for watching today.
Please welcome our next presenter, Yu Lung.
Hi everyone, thank you for coming. My name is Yu Lung. I'm excited to present my work to you, plant blondness, communicating with plants through bioscience. So, first, I'd like to pose a question. Do you think most people in the world have plant blondness? Some of you may ask, what do you mean by plant blondness? So plant blindness means it's most people tendency to ignore the plant species, and it's leading to our inability to recognize the importance of the plants in the biosphere and human affairs. Now, maybe you will disagree with the point that most people have plant blindness. Let's see what happened last year. There were 2 forest fires last year. Many people are considered about those incidents. I'm either. Let's look at what's the focus of the media when the world knows the forest fire. The fire killed a lot of animals. The black carbon affect the world climate change. But how to explain that thousands of trees are burning and disappearing has not been reported as primary things. Perhaps you still don't think most people have plant blindness. Let's do a test. Take a look at this. What do you see? If you see a couple of dogs, then you are not alone. In fact, the majority of people show images like this. We will call animal often than they would plant that would often fail to acknowledge their presence altogether. We can afford to ignore this issue. Most of us don't understand plant fairly to understand the means likelihood to neglect, and how can we neglect something that truly influences our lives more than you may think. How to make us recognize and understanding plant blindness mean to us in our daily life. To help you understand, let me show you a story. This morning, you woke up in your cotton sheet, went to toilet, plant. You go to your favorite coffee shop, you have a cup of coffee. Don't you like coffee? Have a cup of tea, more plant. You pay with paper money. You eat some plants for lunch. You eat some plants for dinner. You read book made of paper plants. You put plant on board to make our approach more pretty. I guess what I'm trying to say is that all those things we take from grounded in our lives, all those things that seem like mundane material objects, most of them have come from plants. If we do not pay more attention to the plant blindness, those materials will disappear in the future. So, how to make people pay more attention to plant blindness? Or we can say, how to make people pay more attention to plants. I talked to various of experts include botanists, psychologists, plant owners, artists in this area, etc., etc. They all deliver the idea that we are not taking the initiative not to understand plants. We are just different. One of my interviewees, Gay, says that do not just use human thinking to think about plant thinking. Do not only try to change the behavior of humans to see the balanced relationship between human and plants. I spent last year discussing how to make you pay more attention to the plant while seeing a balanced relationship between human and plants. I started exploring this idea in 2016 because by imagining, beginning to dream, we can construct a future of hearing. We can hear our plant blindness through the design provocation that give us a new capacity to dream. In 2016, the ecological balance was severely demanded. Plants with similar consciousness and science to human begin to fight back against the Earth. People desperately want to understand the plant's idea and re-establish a new friendly ecological relationship. Then I analyze why we are more likely to ignore the plants. There are 3 main pinpoints. Plant can't move. We have different growth systems. The plant doesn't look like us. Now I will show you some design provocations which represent this. Each of these lessons, I will start with the Plantilism Lab. Think green, dream green. Since our founding in 2016, the Plantilism Lab have helped countless local customers to start or cultivate a garden of their own. Our main goal here is make you understand how natural beautiful is through the use of the plants and trees. We believe in the creating a more sustainable earth for everyone and encourage everyone to add a little green to their lives. Our team is more than happy to help with plant section and general advice. We are here to help you plants survive. Oh well, remember, all you need to get started a single plant. This is the main project of our lab that help plant to visual, emotional, perception, inspiration, communication system. Part of the branding. The Plantilism Lab website. We saw the different plant with emotion expiration, electronic flower pot that detect change in the plant emotions, and plant app that can affect the personality growing of the plants. We provide video tutorial on the feeding plant. We have established a plant communicate. You can connect with people to get your question answered and have your plant identified. Next, I try to have plant moving. Now, I will introduce miniature pot, making a tiny forest be with you. I wonder if I can combine the love of nature into the product. The flower pot can detect and affect the current mood change of the plants. This is how the products look like. Then, we have different growing system. I designed Be Smart with plant, feel the feeling of being a plant parent. In 2018, millennials love plants so much that in the last 3 years, houseplant sales in the US have increased 50% to 1.7 billion according to the National Gardening Association. Now we can look forward. Millennials will influence the attitude of next generation of people toward plants. It's expected that people desire and demanded for plants will increase in the future. This is the speculative design. This app can combine with the electronic flower pot. Be Smart with Plant is an app that training plant emotion. It can help you training your plant personality to grow to your favorite character. Let's look through user journey. Anna, she's a New Yorker. She invited others have a pet to fit their loneliness. She wants to have a quiet pet that's accompany her work and life. She liked the advertisement that we put on Instagram story. Then she found our website. She tested DNA and personality analysis online at our partner company. Then she received the plant seed. Planting the plant seeds. Connect smart flower pot and apps. She opened the app and put the plant ID number in the app. And she looked through the personality report of the current plant and possibility behavior of the plant in the future, which will affect the mood change. She started training the plant personality. She started training the signs. She trained the plant's sitting, hearing, touching, and smelling. Finally, she takes her plant kiss every moment. Last, plant doesn't look like us. I designed double flower club, green rocker. What is this? A plant net club that gives you a new understanding of the plant using play, music, and movement. I want my user to see the plant and see themselves in it. The opportunity statement is to use playful, physical experience designed to get user to feeling what is the plant blondness means. How it works? The plant will dance with you in double flower club. Let's look through the user journey. Anna wants to find a nightclub to relax the pressure of she off work. And then she saw our billboard. She go to our nightclub. And then... sex.
Please welcome our next presenter, Helen Chen.
Hello everyone, thank you for being here today. My name is Helen Chen and I'd like to introduce an organism that we often overlook or cannot see. This is mycelium's electrical activity converted into sound through electrodes. Mycelium is the vegetative part. the root system of fungus that produces fruiting bodies of mushrooms. Known as nature's internet, it is the most vast network under soil, consisting of branch-like threads that extend for miles, connecting different life forms. Mushrooms are fascinating because of their willingness to emerge in blasted landscapes and put up with the environmental messes that humans have created. Through the objects we pollute the earth with, landfills and chemicals, mushrooms see damage as an opportunity for repair. This is critical because global landscapes, the spaces we inhabit, are strewn with these ruins, wastelands pronounced dead and abandoned of our care. Mushrooms and their mycelial networks help forests grow in daunting places, protecting neighboring species from parasites decomposing surrounding toxins and sending other species nutrients. So how can we as humans shift our perspective and our actions to turn these landscapes to yield new multi-species and multicultural life? Looking to mushrooms guides us to the possibilities of coexistence within environmental disturbance. According to mycologist Sue Van Hook, fungi show us that the predominant mechanism of nature is one of collaboration and symbiosis, not competition. And with that, I present my thesis, Fruiting Bodies, Fungal Futures for Collaborative Survival. I spent the past year working at the intersection of biology and design, exploring the question of how might we use the levers of design to transform the conditions of production and consumption within our material culture through encouraging interspecies consciousness. I define interspecies consciousness as the acknowledgement that we live in complex ecosystems involving both human and non-human life. And to do so, I propose a framework decentering human-centered design, moving from the traditional stakeholder structures of people, process, and place, to a consideration of species, metabolisms, and biomes. I worked with the community biolab GenSpace and at the SVA studios on experiments that bridged science and design, biology, and industry. I made materials from bacterial, algae, and fungal species. And throughout this process, my experience with growing mycelium in particular taught me about what it means to be in a collaborative partnership with another organism. It felt like a choreography between species in understanding behavioral and relational impact of one another's actions and environmental needs. It was a feeding and nurturing process. I had to consider the environmental conditions through which it thrived through constant observation and care. And through this partnership, it was able to grow from things ranging from plastic waste to pantyhose. According to Lin Yuan and Mold magazine, our future demands for an interspecies consciousness, an embrace of all organisms we disregard and cannot see, for our very own survival. And furthermore, design plays a critical role in this, as Lin Yi asks, if industrial design is about form and function, can post-industrial design be about form, function, and care? I'm interested in how my work with mycelium can provide a framework for larger systems, such as a paradigm shift from human-centered systems to multi-species ecosystems, by designing relational innovations that engender care for other species. My projects in this thesis explore these relational innovations through the lens of collaborative partnerships, invested care, and empathy. So now let me take you through a complex ecosystem right in our backyards, urban soil. In a study done by Brooklyn College Soil Research Lab, high levels of heavy metals were found in community gardens and brownfields throughout New York City. Through the food we eat, the water we drink, and the air we breathe, soil contamination leads to long-term neurological, immunological, and epidermal health risks. And equally urgent is the impact on soil-based organisms, as the infrastructure of soil consists of a complex and entangled network of stakeholders that have an effect on one another through their metabolic activity and ultimately through the interspecies food chain at large. And here I want to extend the notion of community to include other species. I envisioned Internet of Mycelium, or IOM, a project about human collaboration with mushrooms through the process of mycoremediation to regenerate our urban soil ecosystem in a holistic and affordable approach through nurture and care. Mycoremediation is the process of growing mushrooms to remove soil and plant toxins via the organism's ability to decompose toxic matter and use its root system as a nurturing and protective infrastructure under soil. This project is a response to Layla Darwish's question of how can we respond to environmental disasters in radical, accessible, and community-empowering ways. IOM's main product is a customized mycoremediation kit with spores from lab-engineered mushroom strains specific to the user's mycoremediation needs. And the average length of the overall process is about 12 to 15 weeks, including sample collection, soil testing, kit preparation, DIY mycoremediation, and product shipping. The kit comes in a syringe and capsule system for life and transport maintenance, and it has an intuitive and ergonomic reusable syringe top with a double button ejection system. The kit empowers communities to directly respond and reclaim environmental resilience. And in addition, the on-field mycoremediation process takes about 6 to 8 weeks and requires regular monitoring. So progress rests on the user's regular maintenance, embedding the principle of invested care into the remediation process. I wanted to design a note-taking and information sharing platform through IOM to allow users to best provide this invested care. I spoke with potential users and did research on existing soil journaling practices to design for a centralized record-keeping platform for mycoremediation. So this is IOM's MycoJournal platform on its mobile format that provides users a centralized space to record their observations throughout the mycoremediation and mushroom growing process. Users are encouraged to make entries every 2 to 3 days by uploading photos and filling out a series of observation points, from fruiting activity to soil color and texture. They can share their journal entries with the IOM community at large. And these entries will appear on the website Soil Lab, a digital space for community knowledge sharing. It also has IOM's database of soil information at different geotag locations from testing records. I wanted to prototype IOM's key concepts in real life, so I delivered mushroom spores to 8 participants and held a Zoom workshop where we prepared to grow reishi mushrooms from food waste. I then started a Slack channel for the participants to share updates of their observations every few days, and it became a forum of knowledge sharing community building, where people in the channel responded to each other's posts, which was awesome. So from the Zoom workshop, I wanted to further explore how our partnership with mushrooms can spark empathy and care on an emotional level with people in their relationship to waste consumption and interspecies collaborative survival. So I designed a Last Supper, an interactive exhibition around the relationship between humans, mushrooms, and the circularity of life. It invites participants to engage in the process of growing mushroom vessels with their own recipes of food waste in a ritual akin to Chinese ancestral offering ceremonies known as gongping. And the 5 main components translated from offering ceremonies to this experience are hand washing, food preparation, offering table, shrine, and paying respects. And by using food and agricultural waste as food sources for mushroom growth in the form of an offering, participants are encouraged to reflect on how things we consider to be at the end of their life can serve as a source of growth for other life. They would leave the vessels they prepared on the shrine shelf during the growth period, under mushroom poems ranging from 8th century China to Sylvia Plath and John Cage as eulogies. Amid COVID, I created a virtual reality version of the experience, and here are some highlights. Here the participant is preparing the mushroom food by using the available food waste on the table. And adding a bit of water to hydrate and stimulate the process. And placing it on the shrine with a memorial card. So, in placing this experience in a digital space, I also wanted to emphasize that my thesis is not just about the literal growing of mushrooms, but an exploration of materiality and interspecies ecosystems through tangible, functional, and emotional activations. I conclude this presentation with a quote from Donna Haraway that has been my North Star in this thesis process. That the task is to make kin in lines of inventive communication as a practice of learning to live and die well with each other in a thick present. To make trouble, to stir up potent response to devastating events, as well as settle troubled waters and rebuild quiet places. A tremendous and heartfelt thank you to the SVA faculty and staff for your guidance through this process. And I'm immensely grateful to my friends and mentors for supporting me in the mental gymnastics I went through in this topic. And lastly, thank you to Harvard Herbaria and GenSpace for amazing research resources.
Well, welcome. Thank you, you three, for a really terrific presentations. Sana, I want to start with you. I'm really fascinated by this idea of hand taste, both as a metaphor and as a ritual. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so I was really inspired by this word hand taste, as it's really a word that's used in the context of mom's cooking or your family's cooking. And I was really fascinated by my memories back at home, where whenever my family, my aunts and my mom, everyone gathers, my grandma gathers and starts to cook kimchi and really touches on the food and mush them, and it really creates a sense of bonding experience, and it really embodies a connection and getting to know each other as we chit chat. So it's really really inspired my project with that memories as well.
Something that's communal. Actually, let me move to Helen on that. I know that you had involved a lot of people in this prototyping. You created a feedback loop of people growing their own fungi. Actually, do you have just one anecdote from working with people and their growing, sort of network?
Yeah, so I did a Zoom workshop where I had participants learn how to grow their own mushrooms, and it was really fun. And afterwards, I started a Slack channel so that people can put updates of photos, and I can try to answer any questions they might have. But what was really great about it was it became a really organic process where people would just post every 2 days, and people began kind of responding to each other's photos with compliments and inquiries, being like, wow, yours looks so good, why can't mine look as good as Pedro's? Or oh no, I think that's moldy. So it was great. It went from a Q&A a Q&A point of view to community building.
Yeah,
so.
Support system. Interesting. Lung, I want to move to you. This whole notion of plant blindness, I've just always been really fascinated by from the very, very beginning. This idea that if we saw plants, if we had plants in our lives, if we had the chance to nurture plants, it would give a different kind of meaning to us. I know that you understand that intimately, but I'm wondering, because you did this thesis, is your relationship to plants, has that changed at all?
I think it's already changed a little bit, because before I make this thesis, I think my thinking is similar like the other people thinking plant just plant, but
right.
through during my process, I found if we change the position, change the point of view to see the plant or see the natural, you will redefine the plant. What is a plant? Maybe plant was human, maybe plant have human behavior. So I try to build a new relationship between the plant and human, give the human a new, the equal balance relationship. So that's how I want to do in this thesis.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the common thread that I see in all of your projects is really life itself. Some of you are working with natural repair. Some of you are working in creating platforms for exchange. And I guess many of you are really working with reconnection. Maybe just each of you could make a comment about whether there's been a change in your heart or in your head around this idea of exchange or reconnection and the role of design in helping that to happen. Anyone can start.
Sure, I'll start. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Always happens.
Okay, so I think my biggest takeaway through my process of thinking about like interspecies ecosystems and relationships is oftentimes initially I had the question from people, why should we care? And I think throughout this process, finally, I found that the missing link is actually how can we use design to engender care? That's something that's so inherent in us as humans, extended into other ecosystems. And it's, yeah, I think the idea of form, function, and care has been sticking throughout.
I love that. Sana, you were jumping in?
Yeah. So I guess what changed my mind throughout this process of my journey is that creating a space for safe space cannot be really done alone. I felt like it needs some autonomy, but also at the same time, in order to be creating a space, it's almost like very relevant to right now, like Alone Together. Right. It needs some autonomy, but also needs a space to be fostered by a lot of people who may not be necessarily in the same space, but also needs that collective space for empathy.
Right. And Lung, I imagine many people should have some plants in their lives right now, right?
Yeah. And also, I think in my thesis, I found a lot of people already do something in the plant blindness, but they just build the new things. They didn't use the naturally user behavior to give user naturally product. I just used the naturally user behavior, give the user the product and like users naturally to use this. I didn't build all the new things and like you use the new rules.
Right.
So,
coming back to the same common understood rituals. Well, thank you three. Should we get back to the show?
Yes.
Let's do it. Thank you.
Please welcome our next presenter, Elvis Yi-Xuan Young.
I'm Elvis Young. To begin, I want to talk about myself a little bit. I was born in 1995. And over the past 24 years, I have made so many decisions during my lifetime that bring us here now to 2020. This is typical me, always spending lots of time being indecisive. Because nowadays, each of us has to make so many decisions, even in our daily lives. So many drinks, so many clothes, not to mention the Pantone colors. Even in our daily lives, we still have so many decisions that we need to make every day. But the more choice we face, the more difficult it is to make decisions. So based on this, I began the journey of my thesis. Fighting fatigue, decision making in the area of the big data. First, I want to introduce a term decision fatigue. This means that the more decisions you make, the worse the quality of your decision becomes. How might we spend less time making trivial decisions while making sure that each decision is still a good one? After this question, I began my secondary research. I read books from data field and interview therapists. In the interviews, The therapists indicate the reasoning behind and mental source of indecisive behavior. Based on the result of the interview, I mapped out the system map of decision-making behavior. The main reason for indecisive decision-making are lacking confidence, afraid to take responsibility. After that, I held a co-creation workshop to gain insight into why individuals experience indecisive. The goal of the workshop was to hear a depth of experience from a limited number of participants. I invite people to draw on their indecisive experience and to reflect on helpful influences that enable them to make decisions more easily. Based on the research from the workshop, I mapped out the helpful influences during the decision-making phase. Others' advice, related application, past experience, emotions, online reviews, external force. And most of the participants indicate these three helpful influences: online reviews, others' advice, and past experience. Then I figured out the connection between these three. These three factors can be summed up as the collection of individual experience data. That reminds me of a quote from Paradox of Choice. The author indicated the importance of the collection of individual experience when making a decision. A wide diversity of individual experience can limit our propensity to choose in error. How much can we count on diversity of experience? Therefore, I come up with a design principle. Utilize the collection of individual experience to make decisions. So I want to introduce 4 projects that are all about the collection of individual experience. These 4 projects all aim to address the roots of indecisive behaviors. The first project is focused on letting people listen to their own voice and face their real thoughts. Let me introduce Lady Susie. Lady Susie is a handheld device that helps people listen to their own voice and make decisions by providing a limited range of answers. Meet James. He's having difficulty deciding whether or not to buy these shoes. In this situation, James rotates the surface of Lady Susie. Then the answer OK shows up on the surface of Lady Susie. But although James knows that Lady Susie gave them the OK to buy these shoes, he gets a feeling that he doesn't actually need these shoes, so he decides not to buy them after all. This is the user flow of Lady Susie. When people face difficulty making decisions, they can use Lady Susie to get the answer. But after Lady Susie gives them the answers, users usually experience their own thoughts and emotions toward this answer. In this case, users find the ability to confront their real thoughts and face them. After enabling users to listen to their own voice, the second project focuses on letting people build a sense of security. I want to introduce Rebel, the mobile app for people who have just moved into a new city, helping people make connection and build a sense of security in their new surrounding. Rebel aims to provide a comfortable way to both retain users' lifestyle and enable them to explore new surroundings. There are 2 versions of Rebel. Let's go through Enjoy Our Own Time. Users could fill in the keywords and the time they need to spend. After that, Rebel will request access to other platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and Yelp to analyze users' preference of place and activities. Then people could get the result based on their keywords and previous preference. After enabling people to build a sense of security, the third project aims to address the problem of lacking confidence and being afraid to take responsibilities. I want to introduce Fresh Question: Learning Work Ethics and Decision in the Working Environment. This mobile app is partnered with Google Canvas. This can verify users' account and authentic of their content. It aims to make connection between new students and alumni through asking questions and mentoring. I want to empower new professionals with confidence so that they are not afraid to take their responsibility in a work environment. People could ask questions without revealing their identity to prevent them from feeling embarrassed. But authority is guaranteed because of the verification system of school campus. People could also search for interesting topics and make connection with their alumni. Students or new professionals could see alumni's title and professional field, and they can follow them and send message to them. After addressing the roots of indecisive behavior, empower people to have confidence and build their sense of security. The next step is to step up the comfort zone. Based on this, let me introduce the mobile app and service design, U-Menu. This helps people who come from different cultural backgrounds to order things more comfortably. The feature of U-Menu provides a storytelling experience to let people know more about things on culture-wide mobile app. And user tastes are recorded via gamified interaction instead of via common surveys. The result is customized menu based on the user's preference. Here is the gamified surveys that record users' taste during the storytelling experience. This includes the level of sugar, spicy salt, and salt. Based on the results of this interactive survey, U-Menu can visualize users' taste preference. After that, the system will match users' taste with a dish. Then people could get a customized menu based on their taste preference flaws. They do not have to be afraid of navigating the confusing, exotic menu or have difficulty communicating with attendants. Then, last but not least, I want to end my presentation with a quote from the book Paradox of Choice. If you limit the number of choices you make and the number of options you consider, you are going to have more time available for what's important than people who are blocked by one decision after another, always in search of the best. This is the original intention in which I began my thesis. I hope for everyone to be able to make decisions more easily and spend more time with their loved one instead of trivial decisions. Thanks for supporting and thanks for listening.
Please welcome our next presenter, Xiaori Wu.
Hello everyone, I'm Xiaori Wu. I'm very excited to talk about my thesis. PACE, which is about new modalities for slow living in accelerating times. We are living in a hyper-fast world. The world has seen a dramatic level of acceleration since the mid-20th century. According to many leaders, the Great Acceleration is a rapid and world-changing increase in the intensity and scale at which humans do nearly everything. In the book In Praise of Slowness, Carol Honoré talks about humans' expectation to a new age of leisure. Before the acceleration, when humans were first inspired by technological breakthroughs, people predicted that humans should soon work no more than 4 hours a week, and people would work 2 hours a day by 2000. However, reality has gone in the opposite direction. Now, the pressure to be always on is universal. Why? Learning from the professor of sociology, Judy Rutschman, if we feel pressed for time today, it is not because of technology, but because of the priorities and parameters we ourselves set. If we want technology to bring us a better future, we must ask bigger questions about what kind of society we want. Technology will follow, as it usually does. So, what kind of society do we want? In reaction to the acceleration, the concept of slow has been developed. It is a cultural revolution against the notion that faster is always better. The slow philosophy is not about doing everything at a snail's pace. It's about seeking to do everything at the right speed. And how we can get the right speed. It reminds me of the balance between fast and slow living, which I learned from the interview with Pei Liu. Fast living is an inevitable trend of social development. Slow living today means how we should deal with the relationship between technology and culture when they coexist. Synthesizing all the research I did through readings and interviews, I drive the system map. In the middle is a problem we are facing. Human society is driven by technology and culture. Technology contributes to efficiency and fast living, while culture contributes to richness and slow living. So the balance between fast and slow living goes back to the balance between technology and culture. The design opportunity here is to explore how we can use technology to bring richness with the help of culture, create new modalities of slow but efficient living, and fit into the everyday lives of the urban dwellers. Building on that, I developed the user research. Pace Master is a collective mapping workshop focusing on the modern pace of life. Participants map their typical pace and ideal pace. Then we find the collective attributes by overlapping all the maps. The outcome is very inspiring. First, there are two typical types of office workers. One group has a regular feeling about their pace. They feel rushed during work. While the other group experiences the fastest pace when they get up as a morning rush. And most of the participants are enjoying slowing down during lunch break. For the students group, it is no surprise to see half of them are pursuing a slower pace, while the other half are pursuing a fast-paced work and a slow-paced rest. It is very critical to know their wishes to keep efficient and productive. Based on the user research, urban workers feel rushed in the morning during work and enjoy slowing down during lunch break. So here comes Aroa, Wanderlust, and Wanderlust Cafe to help them have a better pace. The first one is Aroa. Aroa is a modern morning ritual that transforms the daily morning experience from a stressful one into an enjoyable one. With a platform that invites users to plan their morning on the night before, Aroa helps users reduce the stress of completing disorganized tasks in the morning and be more mindful of the whole experience of the morning. Aroa also has a series of breakfast appliances to provide automated service so that users can sit down and enjoy the beauty of the morning. Now, Aroa has a toaster, egg maker, coffee maker, coffee grinder, and kettle. Users can choose them according to their preferences. Also, Aroa continues to issue new products to enrich the user experience and promote user retention. This is how it works. Users buy Aroa appliances and link them to the app. They plan for the next morning on the night before. Prepare for the morning in a sense of ritual, like grind coffee beans. Put together the ingredients for the coffee maker. In this step, users take part in the traditional food preparation experience by getting things ready by hand. They also try to finish as many things as possible on the checklist, like choosing an outfit. Then goes to sleep peacefully. When the morning comes around, Aroa wakes users up. Users can enjoy their ready-to-eat breakfast in the aroma of their coffee, finish the checklist smoothly in order, and get started with their day full of energy. When the morning is done, users can reflect on how it went so that they can improve their mornings in the future and hopefully use their morning ritual as a routine to build healthy habits. The second one is Wanderlust. Wanderlust is a digital travel experience, providing a quick transition from work to relax. It can help you take a 15-minute walk to anywhere when you feel tired. The Wanderlust booth is located in the resting area of the offices, providing an immersive experience through sensory design. For sight, the booth has a glass-free 3D screen that provides users with a vivid visual experience. For sounds, the booth has a stereo to create sounds from the travel environment. For smell, there is a diffuser to provide aromas according to the travel environment, for example, a smell of grass. Those senses provide a more comprehensive experience and help users to relax by awakening their bodies. The third one is Wanderlust Cafe. Wanderlust Cafe is a travel-inspired tasting experience that lets urban workers explore food cultures and slow down. It provides foods from all over the world and a travel-like experience. The users go through 3 main stages of the user journey. Travel around in the travel area to explore food culture, enjoy foods, and get collections in the bright and delightful dining area. Users first search their apps for food information and store locations. Enter Wanderlust Cafe and wander around the travel area. The cafe has a creative food ID system and a constantly changing menu to encourage users to explore food culture. Users can scan the QR code on the food ID cards for more information and make their purchase. After choosing a food, users get tasting advice on how to eat as the locals do, as well as a choice of utensils and sauce. Users enter the dining area to taste the food mindfully. Finally, users leave Wanderlust Cafe with the collection and go back to work with their energy recharged. To conclude, Wanderlust Cafe features efficiency from the self-service system, richness from food culture, and a travel-like experience from collections to provide a highly efficient but slowly immersive experience for urban workers. With Aroa, Wanderlust, and Wanderlust Cafe, this thesis began a start to the new modalities of slow living. And I want to encourage everyone to be the master of your pace of life, and let's work together to advocate a bigger change for our society. Thank you all.
Thank you, you two. A couple amazing presentations to end our evening with. Elvis, I want to start with you. I love the Lazy Susie project because I'd actually heard before that if somebody asks you for advice, it doesn't matter what you tell them, because if you tell them the answer that they want, then it confirms it. And if you tell them the answer that they don't want, then they're like, well, you know what, that doesn't feel right. I'm going to do the other thing. So it's just the fact that you're turning this into a piece of design makes me very, very happy. Tell me a little bit about some of the ways that you thought about the Lazy Susie working that may be a little bit different than some of the products that we saw in the presentation.
Oh, okay.
I think the inspiration of Lazy Susie is based on the paradox choice, less books, because the limited choice sometimes make people easier to make decisions. So I think a silent answer for people is kind of limit people's answer and also enable them to face their real thoughts. It's like a psychological trip. So I come up with Lazy Susie based on this.
Is this something that you think you would like for yourself?
Yeah, I think I will have one.
It's a lot of designers who are designing things that they want for themselves. Sherry, it's interesting that you started this project around new modalities of slow living in modern times, but now we have a lot of remote working and sheltering in place and social distancing. So I think maybe the project is in a way changing, or at least how we see the project. What are your thoughts around adapting, let's say, to remote working?
Yeah, I'm thinking about this for these days, and I feel like, for example, now we are working at home, and there's a product, the Nintendo Switch. It works very well for us, and I'm also thinking, since everyone has the smartphone, and the smartphone today can easily capture our movements, like the direction we are facing to, and also the steps we are making. So I think I can use this way to capture the user's movements, and so that the users can connect their phone to any screens, or it's maybe a television, or just a laptop, so that they can enjoy this service at home, the digital travel experience.
So really platform agnostic, right? Well, I have a question for both of you. It seems to me that both of your projects are really all about, speed. I mean, they're about time, but they're about speed. Like many of your designs, Elvis, are literally about slowing down. And Sherry, speed or slowness is in the title of your thesis. And so this is one of the reasons why I wanted to end the evening with your two projects. We're looking at making better decisions in the world right now, at least to learn to live with a slower pace. What advice do you have after working on these projects, after thinking about this topic for more than a year? What advice do you have for visitors out there and viewers hoping to sustain a way of living that is different, but trying to enrich all of their experiences along the way? Maybe you start with, what have you learned from your project, and how might that change how you live your life? And maybe that could be an example for some of the people watching.
Should I start?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
So for my takeaways, I learned a lot about the mindfulness. It means we should be mindful for our daily lives. For example, like when we are taking our breakfast, or we are enjoying the resting moments, and all of these moments can be more rich and also have more layers of the experience and feelings if we really touch it deeply. So this is my takeaway.
Thank you. Elvis?
I think my biggest takeaway is to keep your voice clear to yourself and face the thoughts.
How nice is that?
Yeah. Also because there are lots of information out there, but we still have to face our thoughts because it can help us to achieve our goal and achievement. So I think it's my biggest takeaway.
Well, maybe we can share those takeaways with everybody here who are slowing down their lives a little bit, and hopefully in some ways enriching them as well. Thank you both so much.
Thank you.
We hope you thoroughly enjoyed tonight's presentations, and we invite you to join us to toast the new graduates. But before that, the staff of the MFA Products of Design have a few grace notes that they prepared for the students. So please welcome Christina Lee, Marco Manriquez, and Elspeth Walker.
Hello, POD second year soon to be alumni. I wanted to say thank you and congratulations for all of your hard work and dedication. The care and commitment that you've put into your thesis work really shows, and I'm so excited for your debut today. Everyone's gonna love it. It's been an amazing year getting to know you, and I'm so glad that you're going to be our alumni, and we'll see you in the years to come. You're all stars. You're going to be such great designers. You already are. Thank you, and congratulations. You did it!
Dear second years, congratulations, you made it. Allow me to express how proud we are of you, especially during these surreal times. It has been a true honor and a privilege to serve you and to watch you become who you were always meant to be, kick-ass designers, thought leaders, and change makers. Over the past 2 years, I have been so impressed by your abundant curiosity, tireless work ethic, and earnest compassion. Well, that just as much as maybe your cool taste in facial hair to footwear. You are all truly trailblazers in my book, endowed with design superpowers the post-COVID world will need now more than ever. We will miss you and the energy you bring to POD in our daily lives, so please don't be a stranger as you venture forth. You made it here, you can make it anywhere. Peace.
Hi, my dear second years. I'm so impressed by the quality and rigor of your scholarship and how I've watched your guys' ideas develop since the fall. And I'm most excited for you, I think, to be able to hold on to the community that you've created with your fellow scholars. Your ability to face any challenge head on and really rise to the occasion in spite of really intense, stressful and challenging circumstances. It's been so touching and so inspiring for me to see. And I just want to thank you for everything that you've given to each other, to the POD community. We're gonna miss you so much and we're so, so proud of you. Well done and congratulations.
All right, recording on this computer, great. So this is group, I don't know what the hell group this is. This is the power group.
Hey guys, what's up? It's your girl Catherine. I'm doing a screen test for my thesis recording.
God, I had such a good response.
All right, well, let's keep it rolling. This will be like super live then. All right, now that I've interrupted you.
I wanted to say a big congratulations to you. You got through a challenging year of grad school and
I'm out of frame. Shut. Okay, another take. Another take, and it's.
All right, this is shit. I'm gonna stop.
Here we fucking go again. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna kill it. Let's go.
So that's it. Thank you all for coming, and please join us in the Zoom room to toast these graduates one more time. Good night.